Good afternoon. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Is everyone here?
I think all the staff is on board already.
It looks like Mark Evans is not going to be here till 1:15. He had something happen. Is he on one of the first quorums that we have? He is. Okay. Well, I think and Tom's here. Do we have everybody else other than Mr. Ebbets? Do we have Tony? I see Tom. I see Mike. I see Randy. And I see Tom, the second Tom. But is Tony going to be here today?
Lisa, do you know?
He's in the list. I see his name.
Yeah, but Lisa, did you get a reply from him?
No, from Tony?
Yeah.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
no, there he is. I see him. I just see him. I'm sorry. Tony, I can see you. Sorry. It's like,
Sorry.
That's right. Trying to find all the squares. It's just, you know, I wish that I had a screen this big as a TV because it would make it a lot easier for me to find you all. So, okay. I think, Joe, we could get started because we have several items we need to take kind of care of to begin with, and that might put us closer to 1:15 when Mr. Ebbets said he can join, and maybe we may have to go out of order and take a case or two before he gets here if it's that quick, but 15 minutes. I don't want to waste time. We've got people here and we've got lots to do today. So,
Right.
So if you're ready, I think we get started and we'll work around Mr. Ebbets getting here in a bit.
Teresa.
Right.
Madam Chair, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, Tony, go ahead.
I have to leave at 4:15, so if there's any quorums that I'm on that I need to.
Okay, well, we have a number of continuances. I think we have 12 actual cases we have to hear today, so it's a little bit less than, so I'm hoping we'll be done by then, but yes, Tony, I'll keep an eye on that if we can.
Thank you.
And thank you for that heads up. I know our last meeting was a long one, right? So anyway.
Madam
Well, you're
Chair, I have a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
It's a whether to recuse or not.
Well, we're in a public setting. I'm not sure you probably should be talking to Sarah about that offline.
Okay. Then I'm probably just going to recuse on.
Okay, what I would say in all situations, if there is doubt, always go with the doubt. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody else ready? And staff's
Yes.
all here? Okay, all right. There's a message in chat, Joe.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon to the public and applicants. We are now calling the Board of Zoning Adjustment hearings to order. We are doing this again via Zoom, and there are some instructions about how we do this. I'm going to let Joe give you those general instructions, and then I will start with taking the cases and one by one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair was mentioning, there are two categories of participants in this Zoom call. There are panelists and attendees. Panelists are composed of the board members themselves as well as staff at the moment. When a case is called, if you're the property owner or applicant on it, raise your hand and we will promote you over to a panelist position so that you're ready to speak when at that time. The same is true as if you're a citizen or neighborhood group who is in support or opposition. Go ahead and raise your hand and we'll promote you over. And then the chair will administer the oath to everyone who wants to speak at that time. The main difference between the two groups is that panelists are able to speak and be seen under their own control, whereas attendees are not, and we just do that to keep the meeting running smoothly. So when you are promoted over to so if you do want to speak and be seen on anything, just raise your hand when that case is called and we'll promote you over. The main thing to keep in mind when you are a panelist is to mute yourself when you're not speaking so that we don't pick up your background noise. That can be pretty distracting. The only other thing, Madam Chair, I want to remind people of is that the chat feature is only for exactly what a citizen just posted in the chat, which is to ask a question about the docket or any technical issues. It is not to discuss the merits of a project.
Okay.
And that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, then let's begin with our cases today. Before we take any cases, I want to have those staff members who will be giving testimony or information on any case before the board today, the oath. So if you would all please turn on your cameras. I will swear you in so our court reporter, Michelle, can get everyone's name and we have that down. Okay, do I have everybody? There's Jared. Tim, are you here?
Tim will be speaking, so if you can turn on your camera, Tim.
It's on. Yes.
Tim Brookhauser, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Out of Sparza.
Again, we have too many Toms and too many Tims. Okay.
Lots of Toms and Tims.
Okay, the T's have it today. Tim Brookhauser, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. You're just real faint. I just can't see you.
Let me try this.
Okay.
Able to get the camera.
And Lisa and Nicole, and is it Anna? Anna is not going to testify?
She's not going to testify today.
Okay, great. Okay. Oh, there he is. Tim, I saw you. Yep. Yes. Okay.
There we go. Let's try that.
Okay, let's try that. Okay. Would you all raise your hand? I'm going to swear you in, and then I'm going to have you state your name after you give the oath so the court reporter can get that correct. Okay. So please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
I
do.
do.
Okay. And then let's just start with you. Shu, if you would state your name for the record.
Shu Wood,
Okay.
City Planning.
Okay. Tim E., would you state your full name?
Timothy Esparza.
Thank you. Zach
Zach Nelson.
Olafu,
Olafu Agbaji.
Christopher Huey.
Jared, we're not hearing you. Yeah, you're on, there's something wrong with he's not on mute. It looks like
Jared Clements.
Oh, there, now we can hear you, Jared. Whatever you did, you fixed that. Okay, we can hear you. Can you say it one more time just so that I can have a test for the court reporter?
Jared Clements.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Tim Brookhauser, if you state your name.
Tim Brookhauser, City Planning and Development.
Okay, and Michelle, did you get all of that? Okay, and she can see who you are then. Okay, so if you're not on the case, guys, you can blacken your screens until you come back on each one of your cases. Thank you very much. All right, before we take the first case that we have today, there is a number of matters that are going to be continued and one dismissal. I want to take the dismissal first, board members, and that case is number 7. Oh, I can't, never mind, I take that back. I can't take that case because Mr. Ebbets is on that one, so never mind, we'll take that one in a minute. Let's go and do continuances first. The The first case, I understand that there's a request for continuance is docket number 2, case number 27, and the address is 13,000 Raytown Road. Is the applicant present?
Phil Clavoon, and I'm promoting him over right now.
Okay. And you know what, gentlemen, and ladies, I'm not on this case. I just realized I'm not. Oh, yes, I am. Never mind. I'm at the end. These are alphabetically. I guess I should not think that my name is going to be first. Sorry. Mr. Clavoon, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I can hear you.
We can barely hear you. Can you turn up your volume?
I will do so. Is that any better now?
Not really, no.
I'm sorry. Let me see what.
It's just really hard. I mean, the court reporter can barely hear, so that's going to be the problem.
Let me try an external mic in here. Is that any better now?
That's a little bit better. Michelle, can you hear him better? Yes. Okay, she's shaking her head at me. Okay, let's try that. So, Mr. Clavoon, state your name again.
Yes, Phil Clavoon, 10150 North Ambassador Drive, Kansas City, Missouri, for the applicant, Mr. Michael Chadwick Smith.
And is he with you there?
Yes, he is here also in person.
Okay, and you're asking for a continuance of this matter?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, we are asking for a continuance.
And what is the request? Until when?
Well, it is, the request would be for a continuance of 30 days for the next meeting.
Okay.
I was just retained, and the first opportunity I had to meet with Mr. Smith was late Friday afternoon. Quite admirably, the board, in hearing his case, while I didn't decide favorably, did want him to have the opportunity to have an attorney take a look at this, because there's some complicated ordinances involved. And I haven't been retained just Friday afternoon. I have not been able to review those. I think it'll actually expedite things, because I think this could be boiled down to 2 or 3 ordinances and maybe some cases, which I haven't had a chance to take a look at. That's why I need the additional time, Madam Chairman.
Okay. To the folks that are online, is there anyone here in the public that is opposed to this continuance? If so, raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, there were 2 people with their hand raised. One is Robert and another one is Norm.
Okay. Gentlemen, if you're interested in this case, please turn on your cameras and your microphone, please. Is it Mr. Reimer, Robert
Yes.
Reimer? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have
Can
a
you hear me?
camera? Yes, I see you, sir. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Are you here in opposition to this motion for continuance, or just in opposition to the case?
Opposition to the process.
Okay, so you're opposing the continuance request.
This is on the plaza lighting, or is that another, am I behind?
This case has to do with 13,000 Raytown Road.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
jumping too early. Pardon
Okay,
me.
that's right. So
Sorry.
then,
Just
okay,
now got hooked in, so.
okay, that's all right.
My fault.
We'll have you, Joe, if you can
Quiet.
unpromote him, yeah, put him back with the public. That's all right. We'll see you in a minute. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitted, is it Norm Whitted? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, are you interested in this case that is at 13,000 Raytown Road?
Yes, I am.
All are you here in support or opposition of the continuance motion? That's what we're taking up this.
Right. And I am in opposition.
Okay, and what is the basis of your opposition?
Because my belief is that this is not a complicated case, that the ordinances are very clear, the zoning ordinances are very clear that you cannot have a retail operation in your house. And that's what Chadwick Smith is doing. And it's a cut and dry case, and it's been going on long enough.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Did I get everyone who was here in opposition? All right. This case was heard at our last hearing, is my memory. And so this is an appeal. Is that correct, Mr. Clavoon?
I believe the board voted in favor of allowing Mr. Smith time to secure an attorney. And so at this point, it's not a request for a rehearing. It's only to follow up what the board had previously allowed him to do, which was to continue it on the docket. And then basically it was a continuance of that first hearing so he could get an attorney that had a fair opportunity to make a case based on the law and the interpretation of the law. And if I might say, I think it's one thing if Mr. Whitehead had to troop to City Hall for this. It's another when we're having these video conferences. It doesn't take a lot of time. We're just asking for a fair opportunity to be able to review this and distill the information, so we don't have to go through rehearings and possibly appeals and so on. And that's why we're asking for the request.
May I make a comment, please?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. First of all, if I need to be at City Hall, I have no problem going down there. I would have been there in a heartbeat. Okay. And second of all, during the last meeting, it was decided that Chadwick Smith could carry on for another month or until today to complete the existing business that he had. As far as I remember, and I sat through the whole thing, there was no mention of him being us delaying this thing so that he could get an attorney. That was not mentioned.
Yeah, that's not my memory either, Mr. Colvin, that we told your client to get an attorney, but.
Well, I realize that, but apparently it was set in his mind that he would have some opportunity to have this reviewed, and that's what he's doing. And I think it would be in the interest of justice. Just from what I heard about it, I think he's got a case. This is a home business. It's not a retail business.
So
that would go into all the facts.
So, Mr. Clune, let me ask you this question. Would your client agree to cease operation if we give you another continuance for 30 days?
I'd have to consult with him, Madam Chairwoman. But when you say operation, he just has the what is involved with his business located at that location.
I'm fully, yeah, Mr. Clune, not to cut you off, I'm sorry, but I'm well aware of what's going on in there since we've heard this case. What I'm asking as one board member, if he would agree to cease, leasing boats until the case can be heard.
Well, would I be able to go on mute for a moment and ask him
about
that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman.
Yes, Mr. Cahoon.
Mr. Smith is interested in the long term. He's willing to be cooperative with the board. He won't do the rentals if we are able to obtain a continuance of the hearing for 30 days. He will not do that during that period.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, other board members, and there is the required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Gornick, Mr. Kelleher, myself, and Mr. Stiller. Anybody have any questions? Okay, then you have the request in front of you. I would need a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move in case number 27 that we continue until the July 13th, 2021 hearing.
And is there a stipulation that the applicant not operate the rental business?
Consistent with, as you just mentioned, that there will be no further execution of his business during that time period.
Okay, I have a,
period.
okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gornick. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to our July hearing, and the applicant has agreed to not operate his business until this case can be heard. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to another case that I think is going to be continued, which is docket number 5, case number 34. The address is 500 East 17th Street. If the applicant is present, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I don't see the applicant online.
Okay. So Zach, were they expecting us to address the continuance?
Yes, that's expected. This case hasn't been to CPC yet.
Okay. So that's the reason for the request for continuance?
Yes,
So you're wanting it continued to our July 13th setting or later?
July 13th,
Okay.
please.
All right. Board members have any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. There's no quorum on this case.
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Then let's move to docket 11. It's another case I understand there's a request for continuance on. Oh, Mr. Ebbets is on that one. Hold on a second. I can't do that one. Let's move then, I'm sorry, let's move to docket number 15. It's case number 95. The address is 9615 Grandview Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted on this case?
Madam Chair, I believe the applicant is not online.
Okay, yes, Ms. Wood, go ahead. What's the request then?
The request is actually submitted by staff. They have a plan that's pending, has been approved by City Plan Commission and pending for required revised plan to be submitted prior to request for ordinance. They just have not completed that process. So staff recommends a continuance to August to allow the applicant enough time to complete that application. Therefore, this case can be dismissed.
Okay, and our meeting in August is the 10th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Board members, do I have a motion for continuing this matter as asked for by Ms. Wood?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been continued until August 10th. Okay, I think there's also a continuance of docket 17, which is case number 14 with an address of 8300 North Green Hills Road. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I've promoted Patricia Jensen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Patricia Jensen, here today on behalf of Remont LLC, who is the property owner of 8300 North Green Hills Road. We are requesting that this be continued to October 12th. We've been working with staff in regards to this property. And Joe Rexwinkle recently emailed me about a possible MPD rezoning of the property. So we're trying to get our plans prepared and filed with the city to go through that process prior to dealing with this matter.
Okay, let me ask, is there anyone from the public who has an interest in this case or in opposition to this continuance? Please raise your hand.
I don't see anyone raising their hand, Madam Chair.
All right, and does staff have any opposition to this request for continuance?
No, we understand she and her client need time to prepare the plans and submit those.
Okay, all right. Does the board have questions of Ms. Jensen? If not, I'd entertain a motion to continue this matter. I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. The request is granted and the matter is continued until October 12th. Thank you, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to keep moving forward because there's, I don't think we have quorums on these cases. I think case number, Joe, is 21 and 22 connected? It is, right?
Yeah, they're adjacent properties, same owner.
Okay. I'm going to call them at the same time then. I'm going to call dockets 21 and 22. Their respective case numbers are 55 and 56. And the addresses are 907 to 909 East 39th Street and 901 to 903 East 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I've promoted Stephen Lucas, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I understand there may be a number of people online interested in this case. If you want to speak, if there's, I don't know how we can do this. If you're opposed to the continuance, I guess I want to hear from you. But if there's a number of people, I just really need one spokesperson. So if the group has a spokesperson in opposition, let that person raise their hand and we'll promote those.
So far, Madam Chair, there's just one person aside from Mr. Lucas who's raised their hand.
Okay, well, let's promote that way and then we'll deal with this then.
Okay.
It's easier when I'm in person. I can see a large group of people by raised hands. And who did
Christine? It's Christine that was just added.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, can you turn on your camera and your microphone so I can, oh, there you are. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Ma'am, I'll get to you in just a minute. I'm going to talk to Mr. Lucas first and we'll find out what he's asking for and then I'll hear from you, okay? Mr. Lucas, would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My first name is Stephen. Last name is Lucas. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss, 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Alex Moran, John Alex Moran.
And what is the basis for your continuance request on these?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, we're requesting a continuance so that we can bring the structures at issue into compliance. We're not here to appeal the actual decision itself. This was more about just a stay of enforcement so that we can bring the existing issues, resolve them, and ultimately have the case dismissed. We received some direction from the Development Compliance Branch of the Planning and Development Department, and I just need to get some confirmation with respect to the appropriate and applicable regulations. And then my client has hired an architect, so we will be submitting plans to the city for the city's approval and then get this resolved. We just want to bring everything into compliance. And then I guess we'll come back before you all with hopefully city approved plans so that this gets dismissed.
Okay, Ms. Taylor Butler, do you oppose this continuance based on that presentation?
Yeah, and let me tell you why, but we're going to abide by whatever you decide. This case came up 1 year ago, and at the time that it was brought in front of the board, they act as if there had been no alterations to the building, when in fact they continued to do the construction. Even after they were notified they were out of compliance, they enclosed the porches, they spray painted both buildings beige. It's been 1 year. I have a property about 400 or 500 feet away. It's also a duplex. There have been people living there. There are cars there day and night. There's recycling going out during the day. So I'm pleased to hear that they've got an architect and they want to make some changes to be in compliance. But at the last meeting, the owner's representative said, we are entitled to maximize our investment. And they did not reveal until I revealed it and several other neighbors revealed it, that they had already done the work they were claiming would be done in the future. So there's a trust issue between these owners and the neighborhood about what exactly they submitted as plans to the city, because nobody in the neighborhood has seen them. What we did get last year were large packets. I got one saying that they were going to sue the city because the BZA was not authorized to deny their zoning variance claim. So I think the neighborhood is willing to show up in July if the continuance is granted, but I don't know what's going to be accomplished in 1 month, given how extensive the reconstruction of those buildings was. And it's been a year and they have done nothing. They've done nothing to fix the problems you cited them for. It still looks exactly like it did 6 months ago. 12 months ago.
Okay, well, let me hear from Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas, how much time, how long of a continuance are you requesting?
So I'm requesting a continuance for 3 months, but whatever, if you would all like to see progress, we could do 2 months. It's largely dependent upon the submittal and review that we receive when we submit the plans to the city. With respect to, doing nothing, we submitted applications for certificates of legal nonconformance, which is obviously why we're here today. And my firm was not representing the client with respect to the last BZA meeting. And then it was essentially a 6 or 7 month period of time that we were waiting on a decision with respect to the certificate of legal nonconformance. But I apologize, Madam Chair, because that was a long-winded answer. Short answer to your question, I guess, is 3 months would be the request so that we could get it resolved. But if you would like us to come back just to see some status of progress, then 2 months. So 2 or 3 months is my request.
Okay. All right. Ms. Taylor, I think I understand the situation in an effort to try to move us along today, since we have some things to handle. I'm going to see if the board has questions. So board members, do you understand the request? And you've heard Ms. Taylor's comments. If you have any questions of either party. Okay. Hearing no questions, then I think we can address the applicant's request for continuance with a motion by someone.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Banuki.
I move that the matter be continued to, I'm sorry, what would be the date for the meeting 60 days from now?
I think that would be August 10th.
I request the matter be continued until the August 10th meeting.
Okay, and you're doing this, Mr. Banuki, in case number 55 and case number 56, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second to that motion?
Okay.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued for 60 days and we'll expect to hear it on the merits then. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Mr. Evans is now here, so we can take up these other 2 cases that are needing to be handled before we go back to the cases to be heard. I want to call docket number 7, case number 2, with an address of 5600 Main Street, with the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? If
Chairman
not,
Otto, again, I apologize for being tardy. Thank you.
that's okay. Things happen. You're good. Is Ms.
Madam Chair, I do not see Miss Miss Flores in the list.
Okay, and this was the
St. Teresa's.
this is the storage case, right? Yes. Okay.
Correct.
So they have worked out their issues and they're not proceeding. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. So board members, remember this case, it was the storage container that they were going to use. And so I would need a motion on this case for dismissal from Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gornick, Mr. Kelleher, or Mr. Stiller.
I move to dismiss.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
A second from Mr. Ebbett. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. And then we had one more continuance, I believe, that had Mr. Ebbets on it. Let me find that one back. Which one did I miss?
11, docket 11.
Thank you for keeping me organized. Yes, let's call docket number 11, case number 51, with an address of 7933 North Lane Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I do not see the applicant in attendance either on this one either.
And what's the request then, Mr. Rexwinkle?
Tim, is the applicant requesting continuance for 1 month or do they want a
Yes,
longer?
1 month. They're waiting a reply from the adjacent property owner.
Okay. And is there anyone online today in support or opposition to this request for continuance?
No one is raising their hand, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that's to July 13th. Is that correct, Tim?
Correct.
Okay. Board members, you understand this request? And if so, does anyone have a motion to continue this matter to July 13th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to July 13th. Okay, now let's take the cases where I think we'll have some testimony on. Let's go back to case number 1. I'm sorry, docket number 1, case number 40. The address is 4604 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Also at this time, if you're here, not associated with the applicant, but here to either support or oppose this request, please also raise your hand to be promoted.
All right, Madam Chair, there's about a dozen hands raised, so bear with me. I have promoted the applicant first,
Okay.
and I'm doing the rest now.
Okay.
While I was doing that, Madam Chair, I think I remember hearing this case. So it doesn't list me on the quorum, but I just wanted to.
Okay, yeah, I have Randy on it. But this is, you heard this one too. Okay, I think Anthony, maybe they just missed you.
Okay, I just wanted, in case I had a question, I wanted to make sure that I was.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa, can you confirm that Tony heard this case?
I'll look it up just a second. I'm pretty sure he did. Hold on.
Yeah, I think he was here too. Did everybody else listed on the quorum hear the case, just so that before we get started? Mr. Ebbets? Yes, okay. Mr. Gormick?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Randy, you already said yes. And Mr. Stiller?
Yes, Madam Chair?
Okay, did you hear this case before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. Okay, do we have everybody promoted, Joe?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let's talk, the applicant, who is the applicant today?
Me, ma'am. Kirk Shonis from
There you
Deola
are.
Group.
Sorry, thank you. Unless you speak, I now have about 30 people on my screen, so I apologize. Okay,
Sure.
Mr. Konis, is there anyone else with you today?
A couple members of the ownership group, and then we also have our lighting and electrical engineer on the call as well.
Okay, can you identify those people for me so we can swear in, have them state their names, and I'll swear in that group first. So who's with us on with your side?
Brian Daniels is our electrical engineer.
Okay. Mr. Daniels, are you present?
Yep.
Oh, there he is. Thank you. Then the screen lights up and it's easier for me to see you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Who else is with you, Mr. Konis?
Jeff Kempton.
Okay, I see Mr. Kempton, and I remember Mr. Kempton first time. Who else?
We should have Joe Morrison.
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, you're under a different name. So it's Joe Morrison. Mr. Morrison, do you have a camera?
I do, and I'm trying to get it to work.
Okay.
So,
Work on that for a minute then. Anyone else, Mr. Konis, who's with your group?
Chuck Mackey also is our last one.
Chuck Mackey. Mr. Mackey, can you speak so I can see you on the square?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. All right. I see you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to swear each of you in at a time so the court reporter can get the spellings of your name. Mr. Konis, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And is your name spelled correctly on your square?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go to Mr. Kempton. Where are you, Mr. Kempton? Would you turn on your, where are you?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Kempton, would you state your name, please?
Jeffrey Kempton.
And would you take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, would you turn on your microphone?
It's on.
Would you state your name for the record?
Brian Daniels.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Massey, would you state your full name for the record?
Charles Mackey, Mackey.
That's why I do this, because I sometimes butcher the last name. I apologize. Mackey. Would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, where are you?
Mr. Morrison just joined me, Jeff Kempton, in my office because his camera's not working. So we're gonna sit together on this one.
Okay, fair enough. We're hopefully you're both vaccinated and feel comfortable around each other these days. Okay, Mr. Morrison, would you state your name for the record, please?
Joseph W. Morrison.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone? You're really echoing.
Joseph W. Morrison.
Okay, Mr. Morrison, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And is Morrison spelled with an S-O-N on the end? Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe I have now sworn in the entire group for the applicant. Is that correct? All right. Who's here that are in opposition? Mr. Warm, I'm going to start with you. I see you at the top of my screen. Are you in interest in support or opposition? You're on mute, Mr. Warm.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm in opposition to the variance.
Okay. Would you state your name for the record then, please?
My name is David Warm, W-A-R-M.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let me see. I'm just going to go down the list and find people. Mr. Wanzer, can you
Yes.
hear me, sir? Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, James Wanzer, W-A-N-S-E-R.
Are you here in opposition?
Opposition, please.
Would you raise your hand and take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Fluco? I can't.
Fuco, Madam Chair.
Fuco, sorry, Fuco. There's, okay, okay. And are you here in opposition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you state your full name, please?
Matthew Fuco, F-U-O-C-O. It's spelled correctly on the screen.
Thank you. Would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yes. Oh, I did miss one. I missed two. All right, Mr.
In
Nichols.
opposition?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Mr. Nichols, can you state your name, please?
Michael Nichols.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Madam Chair, I'd also would mention that I'm here in limited support of.
Okay. Oh, in support of.
As are a couple other members of the sounding board.
Okay. Who else am I missing? I see a Carol Thrain. Yes, Miss Thrain, can you state your name, please?
Yes, Carol Thrain, Thrane.
Are you in support or opposition?
Conditional support.
Okay, I'm going to have you take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, are you here on this case? Can you put on your microphone? You're on mute.
Yes, so conditional support.
Okay, would you state your name for the record?
Robert Martin.
And would you raise your hand to take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mary Steeb, are you here on this case? Miss Steeb, can you hear me? I believe you're on mute.
Now?
I can hear you now. Can you turn on your microphone? I mean, turn on your camera, pardon me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to swear you in. Are you here in support or opposition?
I'm here in opposition.
Okay, I need you to take the oath. Do you?
Okay.
And is your name spelled as we see it on the screen? Is it
Yes,
Mary? S-T-E-E-B? Okay. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Reimer, I think I missed it. Yeah, can you state your full name for the record?
Robert Reimer, R-Y-M-E-R.
Okay, and would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and I'm here in opposition.
Thank you. I was going to ask you that. Okay. Now, have I missed anyone else? Okay.
You got a Tobias down in the bottom left. Yep.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. So
Sorry, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, I'm in opposition.
Okay. And can you state your full name, please?
It's Tobias Luthart.
And is it spelled correctly on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. One last time. Did I miss anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
everybody heard it except for Mr. Kelleher.
Okay. In this case. Okay. So Mr. Kelleher, you're not on this case. So you may take a break for a minute. Okay. All right. Let's address this case. I think this case was previously heard, as we've discussed, and it was continued. I'd like to hear from the staff person handling the case first. But before I do that, are there any additional exhibits that we need to address that are administrative in nature to be admitted today before we hear additional testimony?
I have a diagram, like in the kind of BZA process mentions a PowerPoint, but I have a PDF that I'll kind of show a little bit after to help explain some information in addition to what Chris has in his report, if that's what you're looking for.
Well, I'll deal with yours when you speak, Mr. Konis. I'm asking if there's if Mr. Huey has any other additional administrative exhibits we need to address today. Do you
Great.
have those any?
Madam Chair, no, we don't have any additional exhibits. Those were all captured in the staff report. All the letters were submitted on time, so we were able to include them.
Okay, all right. So all of those were previously admitted at the last hearing, correct, Mr. Huey?
There are revisions. They're denoted in the attachments section of the staff report. Some say revised and some say new. So there are, I guess you would call those new notarized letters. I apologize.
And you have them just attached to the staff report as exhibits?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I did last meeting as well for those similar letters.
All right. Sarah, are you on? Sarah Baxter?
I am.
So do you want me just to read?
Elward Allegre.
Yeah, hi, I'm Elward Allegre. I'm covering for Sarah.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Elward Allegre.
Elward Allegre is sitting in for Sarah today.
I'm
I pulled them
sorry.
out as
Oh, I'm
separate
sorry.
exhibits. We could have Lisa. Elward.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with the law department too. I'm Sarah's colleague.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize she wasn't here today. I think what we probably should do is just readmit, Christopher, then this new staff report with the revised exhibits to be safe. So I think that's what we'll do. What was the last exhibit that we marked and admitted? Can either you or Mr. Allegre tell me that?
Not to put Lisa on the spot, but she may also have that information in InterGov.
Okay. Well, Christopher, maybe we can do it this way.
Yes, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, keep doing that, Lisa. But it looks like at the end of the staff report, we have exhibits 1 through 14. And those appear to have those revised letters that you're speaking of. So I think what I can do, the PowerPoint, I mean, the staff report didn't change, correct, Mr. Huey, or did it?
You're on mute, I believe, Mr. Huey.
My apologies about that. The staff report did change slightly to incorporate the revised plans that were submitted by the applicant at the BZA's direction. Additionally, my PowerPoint's been amended to include those new documents.
Okay, so, but it's the same report, just updated. So I think if I readmit exhibits 8 through 14, those will be the same exhibits, just updated, correct?
That's right. There's one element in that list that it should be notated as original. The sounding board members requested that their original and revised letters be included as attachments.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying to decide how to do this because I'm not sure. Okay, so yeah. For ease of the record, I think I'm going to designate today's staff report, which is different than the last staff report, as Exhibit 8A as an apple. Okay, so we know there are 2 different versions in the record should appeal have to happen on this case. So Exhibit 8A. And I'm going to designate the new PowerPoint today as Exhibit 9A as an apple. It looks like there is a notarized letter that was revised, that was previously Exhibit 10. I'm going to designate the revised version again as Exhibit 10A. Exhibit 11 similarly will become Exhibit 11A for the one used today as opposed to the last hearing. 12 will stay the same. It's the original. Is that correct, Mr. Huey?
That's correct, Mr. Yes, that was the original.
Okay. And then 13 is the revised notarized letter. So that doesn't need to be changed. That's a new number. Is that correct, Mr. Huey?
I believe so. I'm pulling up the staff letter, taking a sec to load on me. I apologize.
It's on page 4. It says revised, but I'm just trying to understand if I need to give that a different designation for today.
If it says revised, I would probably recommend a different designation because that would be technically a new letter.
All right, so for today's purpose, and that notarized letter from the Parkway Tires Condominium Board will be Exhibit 13A, and it will be added in addition to the prior 13. And then finally, there's a new exhibit that is a notarized letter designated Exhibit 14. So today for the hearing, I am admitting Exhibit 8A, 9A, 10A, 11A, 13A, and 14. Okay, So Mr. Huey, would you bring the board up to date on where we are and what new information we need to be taking in today to be making a decision?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a brief PowerPoint that I'll go through that I believe will kind of illustrate some of this.
Okay.
So similar to our last meeting, get this going. This is a request for variance to maximum light foot candles at the property lines for a commercial project called the Plaza Hotels at 4604 Warnell Road and 315 West 46th Street. It's two parcels that will eventually be combined into one. While they are not, this type of application is not subject to the public engagement meeting, it should be noted they have met with the sounding board on, I believe, several occasions from the emails have been copied in on. Per the direction at the last May 11th BZA meeting, it was directed to the applicant to go revise plans for the intention of reducing the extent of the variances being sought. So just a quick reorientation to the site. So then kind of the north east corner of the plaza, just outside of the Plaza Bowl overlay district. Previously, there was a drive-through Commerce Bank building location that's since been demolished. On the right is a elevation from, or proposed elevation of the Plaza Hotels that's been previously approved. Here is the revised site plan, photometric plan. This, in the bubbled areas, you can see the areas where the applicant has amended their lighting plan to reduce the foot candle impact. Additionally, they've added a foot candle measurement at the street center lines. And on a page in the staff report, there's a line item showing a foot candle measurement at a 6 foot high reading, basically kind of eye level. While that is not part of the code, that is additional information that's been added to this, to the applicant's submittal. So similar elevations to last meeting, these have not really changed, just outlining the proposed building elevations and the light fixture locations. Again, the revised site plan, just to give you some orientation. So here is the north west corner of the site. This is the original plan. The revised plan has the changed photometric candles shown in the kind of bubbled areas. Across the street, there was about a 0.2 foot candle, and those have been reduced to 0 or 0.1. At the property line, which is more of what the ordinance is regulating, is a maximum foot candle at this property line. There's a maximum of 6.5. Previously, it was in the 13.4 range. Going due east on the side, this is at the corner of West 46th Street and Warnell Road, kind of running south. This is the original submittal. This was proposed a maximum foot candle of around 13.4 foot candles. The changed photometric plan comes out to be approximately about the same on the Warnell Street side, which is 1.3. I believe the north side is reduced down to about 3.3 is the highest. Looking at the Warnell Road frontage as a whole, this is, again, the original plan that was submitted. The revised plan takes into account some line intensities that were further reduced here along the frontage. This is the 46th Terrace location. Here, the maximum foot candles reached about a 9.2. The revised plans bring that down to, I believe it's a 4.1 at its highest peak point. And then moving along to the shared alleyway between this proposed hotel and the hotel to the south, the maximum foot candle reached about 1.6. Now I believe that's been reduced to 0.5 at the highest. So this is an excerpt from the staff report, tried to illustrate the original versus proposed. Anything that was originally submitted was struck through. And then the proposed foot candle intensities have been highlighted in the bold text immediately adjacent. In some areas, there have been some pretty notable changes, but I'll defer that to the applicant to further elaborate on. And this is an excerpt from the staff report. This we did not receive a revised statement of practical difficulty from the applicant. Believe that still holds to be accurate. This again is also included in the staff report. And then, as we discussed previously, we did receive mostly revised letters from the various neighborhood groups. Those are included in the staff report. This is the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. This one is the 4646 Broadway. This one is from the Parkway Towers Condominium Board of Managers. This is the original letter that was re-included per their request. And then the revised letter that was submitted earlier or mid last week. Then we have a new letter from 46 Jefferson Condominium Association. With that, I conclude my presentation. We turn to the applicant for theirs or stand for any questions.
Okay. Board members have any questions for Mr. Huey at this time? Hearing no questions, I would like to hear from Mr. Konis then. Mr. Konis, we probably need to mark your PowerPoint as an exhibit, and I believe we'll mark it as Exhibit 15.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll need to provide a copy to Chris so we can include it. So I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 15 and admit Exhibit 15. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate your time. I promised last time when we were ending that we'd be a little quicker. So I'm going to do my best to kind of stay within that realm. Just wanted to preface, I guess, by just noting on our last presentation, I think we were a little bit or somewhat surprised, I guess, with some of the attention that we had received, some comments that maybe we weren't as aware of earlier at the point when we had applied. So having had received some of that feedback now, it was able to give us a chance to kind of break out a more fine-tooth comb and dive into the details a little bit further to see what we could achieve on this project. Shouldn't be, I guess, without a surprise, just given the impact and the beauty that this project will have in the Plaza Midtown area, that it should kind of receive some of that attention. So I guess a little bit of a good thing in that regard. So what I wanted to do real quick was just kind of talk you through some of the updates and changes we made. We kind of touched base a little bit on the last report as well, and just wanted to point out that without having some of that feedback before, I guess there was a little bit of flexibility in our plan. And what I mean by that is it's much easier to reduce things than it is to add them. So if that makes sense, I guess what I'm kind of pointing out was at that point, it's better to have a little flexibility, and Brian Daniels may comment on that a little bit more if he needs to, but just in a sense that we've got light that we can utilize versus not having it there at all. So hopefully that helps maybe give a little bit of a backlog on what we were working on previously. So what I wanted to do then is just kind of take you around the plan a little bit in a little bit more detail that Chris had pointed out, in particular, starting just with the calculation summary. So what you can see here then is measurements at the property line and then measurements at the extended property line, which is essentially the opposing property line across our streets or right of ways. Our previous average was at 2.5 and we've dropped that down to 1.3. We had a couple maximum spots actually in the 19 range and primarily driven by dimensions or distances from the property line, since given the urban context, most of our structure is fairly close to that right of way. And then minimums, obviously we've got some zeros. So those extended lines and our measurements, basically where we're touching or first seeing the property lines across from us, 0.2 previously, we've got that down to 0.1, which is essentially unmeasurable. Couple maximums have stayed the same. So some good good revisions there that we've made, just given the feedback and hearing thoughts from everyone in the last meeting. So let's start on the left end, I guess. All of our touch points are vehicular pedestrian entryways, and that's essentially where you would expect and think to see that some of these lighting items would occur. So again, the bullet points around the outside are our previous values. What we could do here and what our general intent is not necessarily to just remove things, which Chris kind of pointed out in his previous report. There is obviously that option to just simply remove things. Our intent though is just to maintain, our level of sophistication for this property, which is it's a beautiful place, or will be. So we wanted to maintain our design intent, keeping in mind safety, some of these real life situations just in regard to the locations of our building on the property, which are very similar to some similar or other properties around this plaza area. And then also from a brand standpoint, each of these hotels will desire or shoot or aim for a lighting level that is acceptable based on all those other standards I mentioned. So a multitude of things I think contributing to that. So what we have done then on the left side, really close to one of our property lines, but these green lines are essentially indicating where lights were before. So we've pulled some of these architectural lighting pieces further from the property line. And you can tell just that simple move was able to drop some of these hottest spots and get us much, much lower to the point where we're kind of hitting light levels that are on street lights and other areas around our context. Similarly, this ALZ05, which is dispersing some light onto our parking area, just moving it over again is able to drop quite a few foot candle values off of these edges, which was good. So there's a couple other main spots. The north side again here too, this is our other entry since we've got a dual hotel. Dialing this in a little bit more, getting into the specifics, like I mentioned, now that we've kind of garnered some of that attention, just making sure that we've got lumen outputs and all the photometric calcs as accurate as possible. So getting in those IES files into the software properly is able to help recalculate and get us in a more acceptable range on the north side. Similarly, then on our south end, this is where our receiving is. We've got updated luminaires in these fixtures, which is able to drop the hot spots from those locations. There's actually a little bit of an uptick on this side because our team had noticed that we actually had a couple of downlights and an entry canopy that weren't showing up. But these LTA 16s and 18s were, they're a lower lumen output fixture that we actually didn't have plugged in. In our past version, we had the 217s in, which have higher lumen ratings. And that's what I mean about just getting into the details and making sure that we're refined and showing the full picture. One last thing I think to note on this west end as well is this manufacturer also had a different wattage option that we could pick. So we also have a fixture that in its own source outputs a little bit lower light. So I think those are our main points worth noting. The extended lines, we're almost immeasurable at all of those. And then the neighborhood and neighbors have kind of asked about an additional measurement. So we've kind of picked one up also at the midpoint. So basically the center line of right of way, which helps to show that the distribution of light, the die off on it is pretty quick. So even by the middle of the streets, we're getting back to the point where we have 0 foot candles distributed in almost all locations. So we appreciate everyone's feedback. Like I mentioned before, it was a little surprise, I guess, that we had garnered as much attention as we did. But now that we've gotten that feedback, worked with Brian Daniels and the engineering team to find some of these areas where we can make the plan more accommodating for everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Konis. If you can stop sharing your screen. All right. So any questions from board members of Mr. Konis based on that presentation? Okay. Then I want to break the group of folks that are here interested in this case. I want to hear from those of you that have conditionally now support this. Is there anything that group wants to actually offer to the board at this time? If so, Mr. Nichols, I think you were, when I see your hand being raised, I'll call you first then. Mr. Nichols, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Members of the board, my name is Mike Nichols. I'm Vice President of the Board of Managers of Parkway Towers Condominium Association. As you know, City Ordinance 160359 rezoned this property that's now the Plaza Hotel project It also established a sounding board of surrounding residents in addition to historic Kansas City. That ordinance and successor ordinances require the developer to cooperate with the sounding board in preparing their final development plan. However, that final development plan did not include their lighting plan, and that was left for separate and subsequent approval. Last month, you heard the sounding board members state their support for the overall project, but stand in opposition of the lighting variance. Since then, you know that the developer has reduced the spillover lighting. While we appreciate that effort, we're providing conditional support for that revised plan. In the attachment 13, now number 13A, in the staff report is the revised resolution adopted on June 2nd, 2021 by the Parkway Towers Board of Managers. It outlines 3 conditions of our support. That the owner and the operator of the hotel will not operate lights in a flashing or rapidly changing nature. That after 11 p.m. on weeknights and Sunday, and after 1 a.m. Saturday and Sunday mornings, that they reduce the intensity when possible to still meet code requirements for entrance and exits. And thirdly, in order to avoid expanded use of excessive lighting in our Plaza Westport residential neighborhood, because this project sits directly in the middle of residence. It's not on the plaza, it's off the plaza. But that within our residential neighborhood, we do not want this variance to be used and stated in in future developments. So we're asking that if the BZA should grant this variance, that it include a statement in their letter that says that the variance cannot be relied upon by any other applicant seeking approval of development plans with similar lighting levels in excess of code requirements.
That's a lot, but really it goes down to our goalkeeper.
I'm sorry, who's
Hello?
speaking? I'm sorry, Mr. Eccles, I don't understand what happened there. Go ahead.
All right. Madam Chairwoman, would you like me to continue?
Yes,
Okay.
you were on the third point where you said that you wish us to include something that this could not be relied on in other cases.
Right, exactly. These conditions are directed towards enabling a variance to be granted by the board under the criteria applied by Missouri courts as described by Tom Davis on the May 11th hearing, which cases we're not going to discuss today since they're already part of the record. However, the developer has the burden to provide that their request is the minimum variance necessary for it to be granted. The spillover lighting levels are still in a few cases 6 times that which is allowed on the northwest corner of the building. We do not believe that the burden has been met without our conditions being included in a grant for the variance. It is also the burden of the developer to prove the factors of the variance review. So an example, that this variance, generally consists with the relevant purpose of its intended use based on the zoning and development code. And in that code, section 88-430-04, it prohibits the flashing, revolving, or intermittent exterior lighting visible from the property line or the street, right? Our suggested condition that the operator not operate these lights in a flashing or rapidly changing nature, just make sure that this variance is in line with that code. There's also in section 88-565-07-A, a strict application of the zoning code and a development code will cause unnecessary hardship and practical difficulty. This would be to the operator. Our suggested condition related to adjusting the intensity of lighting is practical. It's achievable with the fixtures that they have on their lighting plan, and certainly does not seem that it would provide an undue hardship for them. And lastly, section 88-565-07-C states that the variance will result in substantial justice being done, considering both public benefit and any purported hardship. We believe that the public benefit is only served by lighting compatible with the surrounding residential property. Our request, our requested conditions, we think, strike a balance between, number one, granting the variance, reducing lighting pollution in our surrounding neighborhood, residential neighborhood, and also reducing the likelihood that this variance will be cited as precedents for later developments. Without the inclusion of our conditions, we don't think the developer really has met the burden of proof. So we believe that these conditions are objective enough and reasonable to enforce. Therefore, again, we're asking the BZA, if they're inclined to grant this variance, that our requested conditions be part of that grant, both in the motion made today and the letter that would be prepared by city planning staff on your behalf. I'd like to call on Robert Martin from Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association.
Mr. Martin, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting us have public input into this process. I'm the president of the PWNA, and I live, of course, in this area. I'm going to be quite brief by just saying that as the president of the PWNA, our neighborhood hosted other neighborhoods on this topic about especially light pollution and the new developments, the new technologies of lighting that are rising and are growing in and around the plaza area. And all 6 neighborhoods were very interested in this topic and opposed to lighting pollution and committed to reducing lighting pollution. So I just wanted you to know that the entire area around the plaza is concerned with this issue. And as a member of the sounding board, I do offer conditional support, and I just reaffirm what Mike has said.
Anyone else here with conditional support, raise your hand so I can see. Ms. Thrain, yes. Can you turn on your microphone? What's your position?
Yes, so as the 4646 Broadway board president and member of the sounding board, we have also offered conditional support. I do want to address, though, Kirk said that they were surprised at the attention this development was getting, and I just wanted to say that we have been attending to this property since the former developer has been working on. There should have been no surprise that people were highly interested. This is prime location, and as many people have said, surrounded by residential properties. So we, while we are offering our letter of conditional support, we do have some residents that have concerns about overages at that northwest corner. And I would also suggest that if there's some way that city planning can, in the future, earlier in the process, work with developers to evaluate placement of buildings and brand lighting and things like that to avoid this sort of controversy, that would be helpful. And I know that Jim Wanzer is also on from Historic Kansas City Foundation as the 4th member of the sounding board, and I think he had some comments.
All right, just one second, Mr. Wanzer. So Ms. Thrain, are you asking for the same 3 conditions that Mr. Nichols outlined? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Wanzer, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. Initially, I stated opposition, but I am here in support of those conditional points that were outlined. I'm a member of the sounding board, but also here representing Historic Kansas City Foundation. And I want to express our appreciation to Joe Morrison and Chuck Mackey, because we've had a good line of communication and have had productive conversations for really about the last 3 years. So again, this development, though, it's important to understand the context of how this development was permitted on the plaza. About 7 or 8 years ago, many of us were working on the Midtown Plaza plan, and the development on this site was grandfathered in, and that grandfathering status was protected now through about 3 developers. So, and in addition, the city adopted the plaza overlay that would also restrict development on this site. So just for the record, and again, we don't take issue with the development, but under today's Midtown Plaza plan and the plaza overlay, this development would be too big and too dense for this area because we're on the edge of reaching into the residential area of the plaza. And so while the development is rather unprecedented in this area, any variances will create a precedence in itself. And we believe that it's in the best interest of not only the neighborhood and the historic character of the plaza, but also the developer to address these concerns and limit the variances that that are being sought. So with that, I'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munzer. Is there anyone else who has conditional support that joins what Mr. Nichols has outlined that I've not heard from? Okay, then are there remaining people just in full disagreement with this at this point? Yes. Okay, then I want to hear from you, Mr. Is it Foucault?
Yes, Foucault.
Yes. What is your opposition?
I have some comments. Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Matthew Foucault. I'm a property owner and president of the 46 Jefferson Condominiums, which is located on the northwest corner of West 46th and Jefferson Streets. The 46 Jefferson Homeowners Association was not part of the sounding board regarding this project. However, we have been following this project with keen interest, not only for the benefit of the neighborhood, but because of our proximity to a future development site. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose any variance be granted on this case before you. City Code not only exists to protect the health and welfare of the residents of Kansas City, but also protect the quality of life that we all enjoy. We are concerned with the increasing amount of light pollution that is being created as development projects slowly creep their way northward outside the traditional footprint of the plaza and into the heart of the residential section of our neighborhood. Granting this variance will diminish that quality of life and increase the amount of light pollution in the neighborhood for myself and my Plaza Westport neighbors. Also, granting this variance will establish a precedent for no good reason other than a developer choosing to build up to their property line without allowing for an ample buffer to meet the requirements in code for spillover lighting, a developer selecting a hotel brand without understanding how the brand's lighting would impact the neighborhood and would be able to comply with city code. To be clear, while the lighting levels have been reduced since the prior hearing on this matter, the northwest corner of the property is still well above city code. Put into terms that I think most of us can relate to, and performing just a little bit of research on the topic, you will find that on a clear night with a full moon, the foot candle measurement on the surface of the earth being produced by the moon is 0.01 foot candles. The northwest corner of this project would produce a lighting equivalent to 650 times to what the moon produces on a clear night, which I think we all agree a full moon is pretty bright. The applicant is still exceeding city code by 5.5 times. In the prior hearing on this matter, we heard a lot about lighting requirements for entrances and exits as the reason for this code exceedance. However, the lighting selected for the entrance on the northwest corner is not plain white light. According to the renderings provided, the lighting is magenta. It challenges one to understand the logic of using colored light to illuminate an egress point. One can only conclude that this is decorative lighting and not functional lighting. According to the detailed information in today's docket, these light fixtures have the ability, and I quote from page 34 of your packet, that they are color changing and produce a higher output of colored light. This will undoubtedly create a glowing effect on the northwest corner of the building. This is exactly what we do not want in the heart of a residential neighborhood. In closing, I would like to touch on precedent since that has been mentioned several times. Currently, a vacant lot exists on the southwest corner of West 46th and Jefferson Streets and directly across the street from my property. This lot is primed for development and multiple projects have been reported to be in the works. The only protection from spillover lighting that is available to neighbors such as myself is the city code. We are deeply concerned that approving this variance will open the door for future projects to make similar arguments before the BZA. The code should be enforced as it is written, and the precedent set that variances will not be granted out of convenience for branding requirements or for decorative lighting. Despite what the applicant will argue, countless number of buildings across the city have been able to comply with the city code of 1.0 foot candles. The code is not overly burdensome. The applicant was aware or should have been made aware of the spillover lighting requirements before designing a lighting plan that failed to meet those requirements. We have all seen the negative result that unregulated lighting, and I'm referring to 46 Penn Center with its flashing, undulating, color-changing lights and digital billboard, has had on the neighborhood. We reject the notion that this building is now somehow a trendsetter and being modeled after for future projects. Since city staff chose not to recognize this type of lighting on 46 Penn Center as needing to be regulated, despite, I might add, a clear reading of city code that specifies all outdoor lighting must meet the code requirements, the BZA can stop this kind of lighting and set a precedent in favor of neighborhoods, not developers, by denying this variance. For reasons not clear to me, city staff seemingly take no position on the variance request, despite substantial public opinion to the opposition of the applicant's request. Thus, the decision falls upon the BZA. The Plaza Hotels project is a wonderful project, but it's located in the heart of a residential section of the plaza. If this project was 1 or 2 blocks south, this would be a non-issue, and I suspect we would not be here today. I urge the BZA to consider the future impact to the neighborhood, to my neighborhood, and deny this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who else was in full opposition? Yes, Mr. Luthart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I live right at 46th and Broadway, so directly across the street from where I understand that magenta brand lighting will kind of be located. My concern is that it'll shine, right into my windows unless there's some kind of screening that perhaps could be integrated into the design. And besides the kind of the quality of life impact. Because before, that was an empty lot with trees and grass and a parking lot. So there wasn't really any lighting to go to a high rise with, magenta lighting coming out at you. And also I'm concerned about that it could have a negative impact on property value as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Reimer, I believe you were also here in opposition. Do you wish to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I've learned a lot from the other speakers, but I have my own personal thing I'd like to say. My wife and I have lived on the plaza for 12 years at Townsend Place, which is immediately impacted by this beacon of light. I speak today in opposition to granting this lighting variance. My qualifications and basis for this position are as follows. I've spent the last 40 years of my life as a practicing board certified ophthalmologist. I've had that designation since 1977. To simplify, what I did as an ophthalmologist was to either increase or decrease the amount and direction of light entering the eyes. Multiple options to obtain these you all know well: glasses, refractive surgery, LASIK surgery, cataract removal, implantation of intraocular lenses. All these things were made to create a clear path to the back of the eye, the retina, which is the film in the back of the eye, much like the bladder in a basketball. Then the pathway is converted by the retina to go directly to the occipital cortex or the brain. This variance will be responsible for several problems, in my opinion. It creates too much bright light. It's transmitted to the entire neighborhood on the original plan 24/7, which is just not necessary. It's a waste of energy. The nearby residents have not been polled on this unilateral direction, which the developers have taken. The surrounding residents will need to purchase blackout shades for windows facing this excessive light source. Your eyes need to sleep at night. That is why your lids close and you turn off the lights when you go to bed. During your sleep, your eyes rest. The visual pigmentation in the retina is regenerated and you awake with replenished parts ready to go. In my opinion, we do not need to create the Las Vegas of the Midwest, where there are no clocks and the lights are never turned off. It's not just the spillover of the light which continues to be measured. It's a beacon within a light source which is just so visible This is a residential neighborhood. It's not meant to have slot machines going all night long. So I'm in total opposition. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else that I missed in opposition that wishes to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Steve, yes, go ahead. Can you turn on your microphone? I can't hear you.
Mary, turn off.
Mary, you'll have to turn on the microphone. I don't know if you have what kind of computer, usually it's maybe down, oh, I think you have some help there.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, technology, and this is a new world of Zoom.
I'm an old lady.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I've lived on the plaza for 20 years at Townsend Place. And I have to say that the BZA has supported and protected the plaza in so many ways. And I have been so pleased with the decisions that you've made. I see this variance as a slippery slope. And given what happened with the building down the street with the television screen screaming bright colors constantly, I worry that this variance is the beginning of something else. And this truly is a residential neighborhood. There's only one commercial property coming up next to it, and that's the hotel on the edge of it. Please, please think about what happens next if you agree to this variance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Anyone else want to speak in opposition that I've missed? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Konis, I think I'm back to you. I just wanted to make sure that I've got everybody. Okay. So Mr. Konis, I want to ask you a few questions. The first is that based on, I believe it was Mr. Nichols' presentation, he's said, fine, we'll support this with these three conditions. Are you in agreement to grant, will you agree to those three conditions?
Can I clarify maybe a few things quickly, or?
Sure, that's fine.
Before I respond.
That's fine.
Yeah. I guess to speak on a few different things that happened, the attention that I mentioned wasn't so much that the project wasn't visible or hadn't garnered the attention. It was more so just the commentary or opposition that we got, just because we only received it just days before the last BZA, so it didn't really give us an opportunity much to respond to it. That's what I meant a little bit about my surprise. But we also were aware of this. It's not something that just snuck up on us. From early involvement in the project, actually from the point we received planning approval, that's actually in the planning notes from 2 years ago or so, to get that to either provide per the KCMO code or submit the variance. So we've been aware of this. It's not like it's something that we didn't know about. It's just something that we knew that we're going to have to work through at some point. Some of the lights and things that were mentioned as well, like the decorative fixtures on the building, they're non-contributing to the foot candle levels. It's an accent light. It doesn't contribute, so it's not blasting through somebody's window or something. And just wanted to make sure we reiterate and look at the plan and understand that at the extended property line, we are at 0, and at the 6-foot mark vertically above the ground, we are at 0. So just making sure we understand, I guess, that there's a little bit of heartburn, I guess, over some of the stuff. Maybe we should have understood that from property that was mentioned, which is 46 Penn, but that's not this project. Can't really speak to that project. It's also not Vegas. So just to clarify, I guess, make sure everyone understands that some of the things that were pointed out, wanted to respond to, make sure we understand the realities or the details of some of those parts or pieces. So with that said.
Hey, Kurt, this is Joe Morrison as part of the applicant. Can I say a couple things?
Yeah, I'd like my questions to be answered, but go ahead.
Well, I guess I was answering that, I suppose, first, based on those things and the fact that we're non-contributing essentially onto these other pieces. I would think that no, it would seem invasive to have to turn this property's fixtures off or take on any other burdens as a requirement of seeking the variance for the reasons that we believe are warranted for the ground level in this case. And also understanding that while this property is new and it receives the speculation it does, there are existing conditions around the plaza that predated some of these things, and they're actually already in excess, and people aren't maybe understanding that there's things already there that are not being held to the same standard this is. So that's valuable to note. So Joe can advise again or speak further, but I believe we would seek our approval without any limitations on hours or other items that are not already in the building code.
So you're saying no. Do you have any flashing lights? Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay, so there are no flashing lights. So you'd agree with that condition?
We're not willing to agree with conditions because to some degree, the conditions, the way they're written, are left to all kinds of interpretation and ambiguity. So we're willing to abide by the code. We're seeking a variance for the light spillover, which we've gone to quite an extent to minimize, the maximum to minimize, and we have then given staged photometric measurements that show that they have zero impact on neighboring properties into the right of way, or is a zero impact. So we, with a condition to further decrease light, only adds concern of safety and for something that already has no impact. So to answer your question, no, the conditions that are written in there are not something we're willing to accept.
So let's talk about, okay, I understand your position. The board, I think, understands your position. That's what I'm trying to get clarification on. So the northwest corner where there appears to be issues, Mr. Konis, you believe those all reflect around magenta lighting?
There are white, there are static and some RGBs under these canopies, these linear strips that you see.
If you're not speaking, could you put yourself on mute because you're interrupting? I hear someone coughing. I hate to be rude, but the court reporter has to hear us. And if people are coughing, it's too difficult for her to hear. So I apologize. Mr. Konis, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to answer your question, I suppose. There are static and then a couple RGB fixtures under here. There's O1s and O2s. So one of those is an RGB. But it doesn't mean it outputs more light or anything, if that maybe answers part of your question too.
The O2s for clarity are white lighting for wayfinding, and the O1s are colored lighting for brand approvals and accent, but do not contribute to the lighting that's in the photometric. So to answer your question, along the property line is at the 6.5, which is the highest rating along the entire property, which was used as the main example, is a pedestrian path to the public right of way, and is white light. And then the line just above Kirk's exhibit showing the midpoint of the road shows that there is zero impact or spillover, recognizable impact or spillover at that location, and then further declined at the extended property line and would have no impact on a neighbor. They are down lights, they are shielded and pointing down, and under a canopy entrance, they are not outputting light that shines across the street. They're under the entranceway at the doors of the hotel.
So there's a canopy there, Mr. Morrison?
Yes, that's under roof all the way to the corner, north.
Yeah, our building line.
Gentlemen, you can't speak at the same time. That's a problem. Let one finish, please.
Yes, that entire thing is under a canopy, and those are down lights. They cannot be seen unless you're literally standing underneath the building at that location. So they do not emit sideways or out or vertically in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I have a question, Chairman Otto, quickly.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, Mr. Otto.
So to Mr. Kempton and the other gentleman, so there's nothing on top of the building that would reflect towards Townsend Place, which is to the west, that would be shining in people's windows in Townsend Place.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, board members, other questions? Mr. Konis, could you stop sharing your screen again? That way I can see people better. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I had a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
And for the applicant team, I'm kind of confused. You're using colored light for branding, but then you're saying that based on the photometrics, you can't see the light except when you're on the site. So I'm wondering, do the photometrics take into account reflected light? Or are you saying that white light reflects and colored light does not?
So they're different fixtures. I think it was Mr. Luthart's comment about some of the accent lights on the facade, say up on the 5th story. Those ones are non-contributing, is what I'm meaning. You'd have to literally look at the light. If you were in the building next door, it would not be contributing light to your space, if that makes sense. The other ones that we just looked at on level 1, those are a different light fixture. Those ones would be distributing some white static and some colored lights on the ground. Yes. So
the lights,
2 different ones.
Okay, so the lights on the facade, there'll be no reflected light from the facade. So those lights are contributing to nothing? What is their purpose if they don't illuminate something?
The output of the, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit. And so when Joe was describing what's underneath the canopy, those are full cutoff fixtures, as is required by the ordinance for anything significant above a certain amount of foot candles. And if you read the lighting ordinance, they require all of those lights above a certain element of certain output to be full cutoff, and those are. They are in a channel that has a bottom lens. There is no side lens that is illuminated. Those are putting light essentially down at roughly a 45 to 60 degree angle, which is why there's a significant drop off once you get roughly 10 to 15 feet away from them, because they are 10 to 15 feet in the air. They are essentially making a cone of light, and that is what the lighting ordinance is dictating. It's dictating the amount of light you are putting on a property line. So if that property line moved 4 feet, you drop off another 50%. If you moved a couple other feet, you drop off another 50%. The exact same approach would not even be a question on the ordinance if it was about 8 feet away from the edge of the property line, which does not change what any of the perceived effects of the concerns that I've heard from the neighbors on this project would not make a difference on what the perception is of the building. And I feel for the concerns of what the neighbors are saying of 46 Penn, but as a lighting designer, I can say that nothing in the city ordinance would prevent the current city ordinance, and it would prevent that lighting from being put on, because the measurable light from that concern, from what you guys are seeing at 46 Penn, would not measure at the property. It's 80 feet in the air, and by the time you actually got a foot candle meter from that and measured at the property line of 46 Penn, it would not be measurable. It would not meet the ordinance. So the lighting that is in question on this project is the usable lighting, the necessary lighting at grade level at building entrances. That is just lighting the canopy. That is lighting an exterior door leading out of the building. That is lighting the loading dock. Those are the concerns. That is where we are not meeting the ordinance, which is simply just due to a distance to property line scenario.
I'm understanding the viewpoint of what does it take to comply with the ordinance, and what is the kind of information that we get from photometrics. And in a conversation, if one doesn't fully understand those concepts, you could be under the impression that you couldn't see an object by reflected light because it doesn't show in the photometrics and that it complies with the ordinance. But from a very practical, common sense standpoint, the building is going to have a lot of reflected light that won't appear in a calculation by a photometric. And I want to have that clear, because we also, folks that may not understand that, would also be under the impression that the colored lights for branding cannot be seen off the site. And we all know that's really not the case.
And I do not disagree with you, but I would also say that's not what the city ordinance is prohibiting. I think there's a lot of complaints that people, and I hear your concerns about how city lighting ordinances should be written, and I'd love to have input on how they are written. because
Yes.
sometimes they're too ambiguous and sometimes they handicap us where they shouldn't and they don't where they should. And the concerns you're having are not going to be solved by limiting 1 foot candle on property line. And that's the point I guess I want to illustrate here is that you are concerned about an overall situation that exists on another project, and you're using the scenario, the one rule you have to lean on, which doesn't necessarily apply to your concern. That's what I guess I'm trying to say is that it is a tool that made us come to this meeting because it is a technical enforced thing that can be enforced that we have to meet, but we aren't really talking apples to apples and what the concerns are versus what we're presenting.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason that we have so much input on this is because there's maybe the zoning ordinance is not as robust as it might be able to be. Maybe the way we measure light, even with today's standards, is not as robust as it might be. Thus, we have a lot of people with a lot of concerns. Even if we get everything down to where it completely complies with the zoning ordinance, that still may not make everyone happy. So I see your point, but I just wanted to have that conversation so that everybody else could hear and think of, and understand that just compliance with a zoning ordinance and using just information from photometrics provided from the fixture manufacturer isn't always going to give you the full picture of the impact of lighting in the context of a neighborhood. Thank you.
Any other board members that have questions? Okay. Then I believe this board has heard the evidence and we're at a spot to make a decision if there are no other questions from board members. Okay, then I would entertain a motion. No motions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Gosh, this is going round and round. I would offer, if I can find it, that the board go into a quick, brief, closed session under section 610.021, parenthesis 1, for a little bit of legal advice.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorrick. Okay. All in favor, please say aye when I call your name. Mr. Stiller?
Aye.
Mr. Gornick?
Aye.
Mr. Benucci?
Aye.
Ms. Mixdorf?
Aye.
Mr. Ebbets?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will now go into closed session. Joe, how do you want us to do that?
Let me, are you all at a place where you can check your email if I were to send you a separate link to join?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that and I'll send one to you too, Elward.
Okay, folks, bear with us. We're going to go offline for a minute and we'll be back. All right.
See you then, Bill. Period. Thanks. Period, Rob.
Mr. Reimer, I do not believe you're on mute, just so you're aware. Now you are. Never mind. Not done yet.
Okay, let me see who's back. I see Mr. Banuki. I see Mr. Goretz, Mr. Evans, Mr. Stiller, Ms. Mixdorf, and Mr. Rex Winkle. Are you back? I don't see Joe yet. Joe, are you back?
Chairman Otto, I heard the meeting. You probably couldn't see me.
Yeah,
I heard all this things.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Just waiting for Joe, the controller of all things. Oh man, it's actually easier to do all of this in person.
Yes.
Boy, no kidding.
I can't wait.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Lisa, are you hosting?
Yes, until Joe gets back.
Okay, I think we can proceed then, because if we get finished and you can let another, I just wanted him to be here because he lets people in when they raise their hands. Okay, so, all right. So
I believe, sorry to interrupt, Madam Chairwoman, I believe Joseph Rexwinkle is in the attendees list. If you
he is.
have the ability to
okay,
promote him.
Oh, okay. Lisa, can you promote him?
I'm about to do it now.
And what about, is our council back? Have you promoted him back in?
Let's see if he's back. Got both of them.
Okay, all right. All right. Board members, I will need a motion to take us back to open session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the BZA come back into open session.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please please say aye when I call your name. Mr. Stiller?
Aye.
Mr. Banuki?
Aye.
Ms. Mixdorf?
Aye.
Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. Goretz?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The board is now back in open session. All right. At this time, are there any other questions from board members for the applicant or the opposition? Hearing no other comments or questions from the board, I would entertain a motion on this request for variance. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
in case number 40, I would move that the board grant the variance consistent with site plans and staff report, and two of the conditions 1 and 2, as pointed out in page 91 of the staff report, the revised resolution adopted June 2nd, 2021, Parkway Towers Condominium Board of Managers, and exclude condition number 3.
So let me just, for clarification, to make sure that I have this, your motion is to grant the variance subject to two conditions, which I'm summarizing them. One is that there be no flashing lights, and then the time limitation that was contained in the exhibit that was admitted today. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Is there an opportunity that I can confirm with the ownership group before we vote on it with the conditions that are being stipulated?
No.
Very briefly.
We're in the process, so no. The board has to act on this.
So the conditions that are being applied, though, are not part of the application that we have requested.
I
Given,
understand that, Mr. Konos, but the board has the power to grant what they choose based on the request. Okay, they can grant or limit it, and that's what we're dealing with right now.
or alternatively, is there a way to essentially withdraw the variance application then?
Okay, so that's what you're asking at this time, if rather than we vote on this to withdraw it?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I want to confirm. Yep.
Oh, okay,
Quickly.
all right. I'm gonna pause this for 1 second to allow that.
Madam Chair, this is Joe. I'm back on
Okay, great.
again.
Thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah, I joined and there's silence, so I was hoping.
No,
I did.
No, we're in the middle. The applicant is considering, we started a motion and they intervened and wanted to know, they want to let us know if they just want to withdraw their motion before we take the final vote. And I paused the motion so they could tell us.
I see.
So I'm kind of going out of order here just because I'm going to let them have that opportunity if they want. I don't know what the boards want to do. Okay, are you back, Mr.? Okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Back. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
What is your position?
The ownership team would like to pull the variance and submit per the original code standards for KCMO, the 88-450 section.
Let me just make sure I understand. So you're wanting to dismiss this request for variance and just meet the code requirement? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, I want to make sure that's what I understood. That's not what I hear. I see Mr. Mackey shaking his head.
You're on mute, Chuck.
I can't hear you, Mr. Mackey.
Chuck, you're on mute.
I apologize. Yes, we are withdrawing this request for variance, period.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure, because
No further comment on the back end of that.
Okay, all right, so you're just withdrawing the request. Okay, all right. Do we need a motion then to accept this withdrawal? Mr. Rexwinkle?
Yeah, I think someone should probably make a motion to dismiss the request.
That's what I wondered. Okay, so based on the applicant's statements, do I have a motion to dismiss this matter?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. Was that you? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been dismissed. Thank you, folks. If you would all leave the meeting, we'll go on with the next cases. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Do we need to take just a brief rest break? We've been going for a long time, so let's do that. And let's get back in about 5 minutes, and then we'll try to take the rest of the cases. To the public that's still out there, we will finish your case before the end of the day, okay? All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Sorry that was so long, Michelle.
It happens.
No, no. But you're having to take all that down. So I wanted to get through it because we have a few more to go.
Yep, I gotcha.
Yes, well, we're already on what, case number 2?
Well, that one's continued, so we're actually on 3.
Moving forward.
Yes, it's okay. That's our job. We agreed to do this, so no worries.
As far as my potential early departure, it looks like the only one that I am on is number 8. So we should probably get to that before.
Yeah, I think so. I'm hoping most of the rest of these will be much less testimony. Joe Rexwinkle, can you hear me?
I can.
I think you need to unpromote Ms. Steeb and Ms. Schroeder. For some reason, they didn't exit, so we would want to have them, so we're not confused in the next hearings.
Gotcha.
It's hard enough to see everybody. People sometimes forget to sign off, I think, but if they're not in the meeting, it'll be easier for me to see who people are.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, and while we're waiting for, okay, so we're waiting still for, there's Tom, Mark, and Randy, Tom. Do I have her? Oh, is Mike Keller still here? Or did he decide to?
I'm here.
Mike, did you take a nice long nap while we were busy? Okay, are we all ready to go again? Michelle, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Joe, let's call the next case then, which I think is docket item 3, case number 65. The address is 8900 North Flintlock Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Also, would anyone who is interested in this case either to support it or oppose it, please also raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I'm promoting James Stufflebeam, Steve Potter, and Ron Bowen.
Okay. And I believe those were all masculine names that I heard, but I was unsure. But gentlemen, if once you get on, Mr. Potter, I can see you. Thank you. Mr. Stufflebeam, I can see you. Okay. And I think there was one more. Mr. Bowen, do you have a camera? Where are you?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Could each of you state your names for the record, starting with you, Mr. Bowen?
Ron Bowen.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Stufflebeam, we'll go with you next. Would you please state your name and then I'll swear you in?
Stufflebeam.
We can't hear you, Mr. Stufflebeam. You're breaking up.
James Stufflebeam.
That's working. Okay.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand to take the oath?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then Mr. Potter, would you state your name and then I will swear you in?
Stephen Potter.
And would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sorry. On the break, I unfortunately took a little snack and now I'm suffering, having problems swallowing here. Hold on. I needed an energy bar. My apologies. It's been a long day already. Okay, gentlemen, are you all here for the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Have you, so no one's here in opposition, is that correct? Okay, so gentlemen, there is a staff report that's been created on this case. Have you had a chance to review that staff report?
Yes.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, beneath Mr. Nelson's signature, there are a list of 12 administrative exhibits that are connected with your application. do you have any objection to these items being admitted this afternoon for the board to consider and making a decision on your request for variance?
No, no objection.
Exhibits 1 through 12 will be admitted. Zach, when you're ready, would you please present, and then we'll have further questions for the applicant.
Yes, thank you. Zach Nelson, City Planning staff. So this next case is located generally in the northeast corner of the city within the Shoal Creek area. More specifically, this is the Woodneath Library campus on the west side of Flintlock Road, south of Northeast 90th Street. And a little bit of background, last year, the applicant received a special use permit to allow for an expansion of the building, to allow for a new auditorium. And I also wanted to mention that this site as a whole is on the KC and the National Historic Registers as well. So this is looking west at the entrance off of Flintlock Road. There are currently some fences, as you can see, and then I don't know if you can see it real well, but there are some stone pillars as well that are historic. And the applicant is here today requesting a variance for a new monument sign at this entrance. So the monument sign is generally in this area located here. It's proposed to be set 5 feet off of the property line. And it will generally match the setbacks of those stone columns that I mentioned. And then this is just one more site plan image showing, giving a little bit better perspective with a surrounding flower bed as well. And then here is an elevation of the proposed sign. It'll be 6 feet tall if you include the base, and it'll be 6 feet wide as well. And so the applicant's requesting a variance to the minimum setback for a monument sign. The minimum required is 10 feet. The applicant's proposing a setback of 5 feet and is requesting a variance to the amount of 5 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Gentlemen, why can you not meet the setback required under the ordinance for the sign?
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. And then Mr. Potter may weigh in if he wishes, but the existing fence and the pillars are recessed into the property a certain distance, and we have pushed the sign back up against that fence as far as we can, but it still is encroaching about 5 feet into the 10-foot setback. Now, this sign, I might add, by the way, is part of the larger capital improvement projects that Mid-Continent is undergoing the last few years, actually. Her Proposition L was approved in 2016 for $113 million to improve there's some 28 branches and build 7 new buildings and branches. So this is part of a larger project, and not just a sign, although this is an important piece of it. But the reason for the sign obviously is because it is somewhat hard to see the building as it is set back from Flintlock Road. Excuse me. And there is no sign currently on the fence, so sometimes people do miss the building first pass in trying to find the library. So we've known that the sign was needed for some time. In fact, several years ago, the sign was submitted to the Historic Preservation Commission and has gone through that process a couple of times to satisfy their needs and requirements. And the design you see here has been approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. So it's gone through several iterations and would have been built previously, but the bids came in high a few years ago. So it was decided to delay the construction of it to this project, which includes a new addition of the auditorium. So then we discovered that the setback was further into the property than we originally realized. So now need to request a variance. I would add a comment that the staff report made a comment about bicycle parking being removed. I think that's a typo. There is no bicycle parking at this point where we're trying to put the sign. And there was also a comment that we could comply with the ordinance by moving the sign northward or southward to pull it out of the 10-foot setback. But if we did that, the sign would then be behind fence, either north or south, and that would just not be acceptable. So Mid-Continent is trying to get the sign in without moving the stone pillars or changing the fence configuration. The fence itself is not necessarily historical. It is a reproduction. And I don't know, Steve may be able to tell you when the fence was built, but my understanding it is similar to original fencing around the property. But so that's our reasoning. That's our request for the variance. And I don't know if Zach has some of the other photographs showing a compilation of a sign photoshopped into the street image, but it's fairly minimal impact on the neighborhood, that's for sure.
And what's across the street?
The cross street would be.
What is across from the sign? Across the street?
Oh, it's, excuse me, residential. There's fencing and buffering on the other side of the street.
And there's fencing, you said?
Yes, I believe so. I would refer to Zach if he knows that for sure, but that's my understanding.
All right. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I don't believe there's fencing across the street, but there are many trees and shrubs that look like they would provide visual screening.
I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but yes,
Okay.
It's pretty well screened.
Okay. And this sign, what you're proposing, will be perpendicular to North Flintlock Road, correct?
Correct.
And you'll be able to read the sign. It's a double-sided, in essence, the words on either side. Do I understand what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions about this request for variance? Yes, Mr. Gorwitz.
Is there any lights on it or in it?
There's a small floodlight ground mounted on each side up towards the face of the sign, but it is not a lit or an internally lit sign itself.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
In case number 65, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck with the library. Sorry.
Library. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I still have hotel in my head.
Hotel PTSD. So yeah. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move to the next case, which is docket item 4, case number 14. The address is 1500 Northeast 42nd Street. Would the applicant raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons here in support or opposition of this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Vince Latona,
Thank you.
who I believe is the applicant.
Okay. Anyone else?
There's no one else raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Latona, if you could turn on your microphone and your camera, we'll address your case.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I cannot see you. Up now I can see you.
Okay.
Now I can hear you. Sir, can you state your full name, please?
Vince Latona, Latona.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that was created as a result of your request for a special use permit?
Yes, I have.
If you would turn to the 4th page of that report, there are some exhibits that are connected to your application in case. They number 1 through 11. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 11 items for the board to review and consider in your hearing today?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. And Zach, you have this case, correct? If you would make your presentation, then we'll have questions for Mr. Latona.
Thank you. The next case is located up north as well. More specifically, this is the St. Pius High School campus located
Hold on, Zach. sorry, I don't know what is going on, but I cannot hear you. Somebody is moving a lot.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. If you're not speaking, turn off. Yeah. Okay, now it's gone. You must start over, Zach. I knew I was just doing what Michelle was going to try to do.
Sure, no problem. So this next case is located up north, generally south of Gladstone. So more specifically, this is the St. Pius High School campus located on the west side of I-29. And it includes the area to the north and to the south of Northeast 44th Street that kind of bisects the campus. And so what we will be looking at specifically is the applicant is proposing a new concession stand and a new press box, which is considered an accessory use on the west side of the football field here. And the school campus, the school use is considered a public and civic use, and any expansion or enlargement of that type of use requires a special use permit in any residential zoning district. And so that's why this is before you today. Just a little bit of background. The applicant previously received a special use permit to allow for the construction of another accessory building on the south side of the campus here. And then they also installed this new parking on the east side. So that's just a little bit of background, but we're only looking at this building on the west side here today. So this is looking generally east at the football field. And this is the proposed accessory building that I'm describing. It'll have, excuse me, the building on the bottom here, which will serve as a concession stand. And then it'll have the press box above. It'll be 1,700 square feet in total, with a retaining wall on what would be the west side of the accessory building. And then this is looking at the front of the building, generally from the football field itself. As you can see, it'll allow spectators easily into and through the building. And then again, the press box is on top. And then this is looking generally south at the side of the building. We'll have copper fascia with tan brick to match most of the other buildings on the campus. And then the applicant is also proposing a new ticket booth as well. This is on the south side of the field. And then this went to CPC last month, and one of the issues that was discussed and kind of some concerns from the neighborhood was landscaping. And so the applicant, since the CPC meeting, has created this landscape plan and has provided to staff. And so they are providing a lot of shrubs along that, what is the west property line. And then there will also be a chain link fence as well to provide some security during games and other events. And so I wanted to also provide a few images to give context of what it looks like from Virginia Avenue to the west. So the building will sit up quite a bit higher than the street itself. So that will naturally provide some natural visual screening. There are also existing street trees. And as I mentioned, there will be shrubs that are proposed as well. And so here are a few images showing the existing stands and the press box currently. And then I also wanted to provide some pictures showing that building that's already constructed on the south side of the field. And this just gives a better context of kind of what the applicant is intending to sort of match in terms of architectural style and materials. So I won't go through all of this, but during the public engagement meeting prior to CPC, some of the concerns were traffic, sewer, and stormwater. The applicant has met with the neighborhood and has, to the best of my knowledge, resolved most of these issues. Stormwater runoff will not increase, it'll actually improve because of this project in terms of detention. And then the applicant has also stated that they intend to reach out to Public Works regarding some sort of traffic calming methods as well. And so I also wanted to mention there is one variance that is required. This is to the maximum height of an accessory building. The maximum height allowed is 10 feet. The applicant is proposing 19 feet 5 inches and is requesting a variance amount of 9 feet 5 inches. So staff is supportive of this and recommended approval to CPC, and CPC ultimately recommended approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Zach. Those conditions are
they're in the conditions and corrections report. It should be one of the
exhibit.
Yeah, it should be right after the staff report, I believe.
It wasn't. That's why I was looking for it. I didn't see it.
Okay. I can share that if that would be helpful.
Could you do that? I don't know, unless another board member has found it. I don't see that in the information I have online.
I don't see it either, Chairman Otto.
Okay. I just kind of want to, so we can see what those are, Zach.
Sure. Just a moment. Can everybody see this?
Yeah, starting at number 1 and I see I can see till 10. Are there more than 10?
Yes, there are. Oh, just a moment. Sorry. Yeah, there's a total of 11 conditions.
We should probably, that should make sure that's a part of your exhibit since it wasn't in what I have. So you meant that to be a part of your staff report, correct? And it did not get included in the online version you sent us?
Yes, that was the intent.
Just for the record, to be clear, this document that we're seeing, the conditions report, is a part of the staff report, which is exhibit 11. Okay. All right. Mr. Latonia, can you turn on your microphone? Is the school in agreement to meet those 11 conditions set forth by the City Plan Commission?
Yes, I think we've already agreed to those.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. So you have no objections to those. And have you dealt with the neighbors' concerns as Mr. Nelson has described to the board?
Well, I think so. Do you want me to address each of them specifically?
You can, if you can do it briefly.
Well, one was runoff, which Zach already mentioned. There are now driveways and houses on there that are, several of them are gone. And by the time we complete it, the intention is for all of them to be gone. And then that will all be green space. So we've already gotten a letter from our civil engineers saying that there's actually more pervious area now than there was before. So we're not increasing that. There was a question about impacting the sewer system. Well, turns out that when you take down the houses, what we're adding is not any more than what was already there. Plus, we do, by code, have to put in a grease trap, even though we're not doing any, I say we're not doing any grease. We're not cooking in any grease, but we do have to add one anyway. So we'll have that in the sewer system. The other issue that I think the neighbors had was traffic on the southwest corner because it's at the top of a hill, so sight lines, but there's not much that we can really do about that. And but as Zach mentioned, we would like to see some traffic calming elements on the street on the south. I mean, just for our own sake. So we're happy to comply with whatever is possible for that. And the intention is to get with the city staff and try and develop some of those.
Okay. Does the board have questions for Mr. Latonia? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 14, I move that the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and the conditions report that is made a part thereof as exhibit number 11.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Latonia.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, the next case we have is item number 6, case number 39, with an address of 2840 2847 Troost Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons that wish to either be in support or opposition of this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I've promoted Shannon Jacks and V. McCaw.
Yeah, that's Valerie McCaw with our engineering team.
Okay. Ms. Jacks, can you state your name, please?
Yes, Shannon Jacks, Director of Planning and Real Estate for Kansas City Public Schools.
And can you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. McCaw, I think I see you now. Would you state your name, please?
Valerie McCaw.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Ms. McCaw, are you with Norton and Schmidt?
No, I'm with VSM Engineering. I'm a subcontractor, WD subcontractor to Norton Smith.
Okay, that makes sense, because the name I had was someone from Norton and Schmidt, and so now I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand how you're here, because she's not here, correct? Okay. All right.
She's here, but I don't think she elevated herself.
Okay.
She's listening.
Okay, and that's fine. You don't need her to put this case forward. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is that correct, Ms. Jacks? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So have you both, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to this request for a special use permit?
Yes.
Do you have any objections then? On page 4 of that report, there are administrative exhibits that number 1 through 12. Those are items connected to the case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 12 are admitted. And Zach, if you would do your presentation, then we'll have questions for Ms. Jacks and Ms. McCaw.
Sure. So this next case is located down south within the Beacon Hill area. More specifically, this is an area in between Troost to the west, Forest Avenue to the east, 28th to the north, and 29th to the south. And it has a split zoning, as you can see, with B4-5 on the western portion of the lot and R1.5 on the eastern portion. And we will really just be discussing the eastern portion that's zoned R1.5. And then to give you a little bit more context in terms of the surrounding land uses, the KC Board of Education building is just to the south across 29th Street. There's a surface parking lot to the west, and then there's single family residential to the east, although most of the lots immediately to the east are currently vacant or they don't currently have homes on them. And then there is a multifamily apartment to the north. And so to provide a little bit of background in terms of what's recently occurred, the school district recently sold the parking lot to the west to Metropolitan Community College. And then the subject site today, the school district is proposing a new surface parking lot with 104 spaces. And this will really bring the parking closer to the Board of Education building for employees and visitors. And it'll also prevent the need to cross Troost. So it'll generally be safer as well. So in terms of the surrounding uses of the site, there is a walking trail on the site and a lot of existing street trees and shrubs. So the site plan that the applicant has submitted, north is to the right here. It shows the surface parking lot, as I mentioned. This is considered accessory parking and requires a special use permit in the residential zoning district. There's curb cuts shown on Forest Avenue to the south, or excuse me, Forest Avenue to the east and 29th Street to the south. There is a 20-foot vegetation buffer on the east side. And then there's accessible parking on the south, as you can see. And then there will be, in terms of landscaping, there will be a lot of visual screening on the east side here, street trees, and then interior landscaping as well. And then I did want to mention the applicant has submitted some notes to staff as well. One of the code requirements in terms of landscaping is that a 10-foot landscape buffer is required for any new parking, any new vehicular use areas. And that would include this south property line. However, the applicant stated that if that were to be enforced, they would ultimately lose 11 spaces due to having to relocate these accessible parking spaces. And so as a result, the applicant is requesting a variance to the width of the landscape buffer strip along that south property line in the amount of 10 feet. And so this went to CPC back in May, and staff was supportive of this and recommended approval. And then the CPC ultimately recommended approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Zach. Ms. Jacks, Ms. McCall, is the Board of Education agreeable to the 14 conditions set forth by the City Plan Commission? I'm sorry, Ms. Jacks, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, requesting that variance on the landscaping buffer along 29th.
Right.
But yes.
But the 14 conditions they're okay with, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Does the board understand this request or have questions?
No.
I'm sorry, you're not the board, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's been a long afternoon. All right, board members, any questions for the applicant? All right, hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 34, I recommend we grant the application along with the staff report and the conditions as outlined.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms.
Case number 34 or 39?
37. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, 39. What did he say?
I was wrong.
Okay.
I agree. 39. My apologies. Thank you still.
All right, so the motion is amended to be in case 39, but the motion still remains. Do I have a second to that amended motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and this request has been granted. Thank you, ladies.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Did that include the variance on the landscape buffer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you, ladies. All right, I think we're moving now to docket number 8, which has a required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Goritz, Mr. Kelleher, Ms. Otto, and Mr. Stiller. So let's call that item, which is item 8, case number 37, with an address of 3800 Walnut Street. Would the applicant raise their hand to be promoted, as well as anyone who's here either in support or opposition of this request for variance?
I've promoted Josh Mobley.
Okay.
And he's the only one that's raised his hand.
Okay. Mr. Mobley, could you please turn on your camera and your microphone?
Hello,
Hello, good afternoon. Sir, can you state your name, please?
Josh Mobley.
And Mr. Mobley, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mobley, we previously heard this case, and Tim, are there any additional administrative exhibits we need to deal with before we hear from you on this case?
So last night I did receive the disposition letter outlining the certificate of approval that Josh received from the Historic Preservation Committee.
Is that separate from the 9 administrative exhibits outlined?
Yes,
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to include that.
Okay, so exhibit 10 would be, what would you call it?
Certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, and do we have a copy of that?
No, I'll need to attach that too.
Okay, so I'm going to admit the certificate of appropriateness, is that what you said, as exhibit 10? Okay, all right, and so that's telling him what he's proposing to have done meets that historical
Correct.
Code. All right, so Tim, bring us back up to speed then on where we are on this case.
Okay, did you want me to just give the same presentation?
Well, just take us, I guess, just try to shorten
I'll
it.
run through with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've heard it once. Just bring us back up to where we are.
Okay, 1 minute, please. All right, so the request before you is a variance at 3800 Walnut. This case was continued from last month's hearing where the applicant was asked to first get approval from historic preservation. The site is generally located, one second, computer issues, in the 4th Council District within the Midtown Plaza planning area. It's a 13,000 square foot addition to an accessory building. And the property itself is located on the corner of 38th and Walnut within the Old Hyde Park Historic District. And to the north and to the west of the property are multifamily units. This is the front street view of the property from Walnut. And this is the street facing side of the residence from 38th. The site plan indicates the proposed 1,010 square foot garage addition that will be located on the west side of the property. And this is an elevation of the new addition that will be visible from 38th. So variance A is for the maximum floor area coverage of an accessory building development code. Allows for 1 square foot for each 10 square foot of lot area. And in this case, it is 1,315 square feet. The proposed addition with the existing garage will require a variance of 255 square feet. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mobley, again, remind the board why you want this extra space.
Right now, my workshop for fixing my house is in the garage. And so I'd like to build on the addition to move the workshop in there so I can then park in the garage.
And the workshop is not used for any commercial purpose. It's only for your personal use. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And you have cleared this then with the historic commission, and they don't have any objections to the exercise or the structure?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions based on this additional information of approval? No other questions? Then I would entertain a motion.
I'll speak up. In case number 37, I recommend the applicant be granted the request in accordance with site plan and staff reports, along with any additional amendments.
I have a motion. Do I have for Mr. Ebbets, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Tony, are you going to leave us? Or are you going to try to do one more?
I think you guys have it in hand. I don't want to.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, thank you. We'll see you in a month.
Bye.
All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket item 9. Case number 47. The address is 7719 North Spruce Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons who are here to either support or oppose this request for variance?
Tim, I don't see anyone by the same name as the applicant. Could there be someone else representing? And no one's raising their hand either.
Is there anyone here on, is there anyone on for, again, the address is 7719 North Spruce Avenue. The applicant's name, I'm not sure I can pronounce it, Kachaturan. Is anyone present? Did we have this case before, Joe, at the last hearing and they didn't show up?
Don't recall. I missed part of the last hearing. Tim,
Yes,
do you recall?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Tim, that's right. I mean, so this is the second non-appearance.
Yeah, so he reached out to me afterwards and apologized, so I'm not sure what's going on.
But you haven't received a call from him?
No, not this time.
Well, I'm going to leave it up to the board members. Do you wish to dismiss this for non-appearance? Do you wish to continue it over for one more time?
Madam Chair, I move we dismiss.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. Thank you. Then I think the next case we have is docket number 10, case number 50, with an address of 4007 Wyoming Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all folks that are here today, either in support or opposition of this request for variance?
I've promoted Nate Olson.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Olson. Is there anyone else you're promoting, Joe?
No, Madam Chair, that's the only person that raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Olson, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Nate Olson.
Okay, and I'll swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, have you reviewed the staff report that was created based on your application for variance? Specifically on the last page, or page 3 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits connected to your case that number 1 through 9. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Tim, I think you have this case. Would you present for us, please?
Of course. So the case before you is a variance to the minimum paved area of front yards and driveway requirements in District R5. As a side note, I did notice a mistake in the summary request section of my staff report. The submitted version does not reflect the correct request. I apologize for that.
What is the current request?
So it is for the minimum paved area of front yards. And I think I said a setback and I gave the wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we understood what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay. So the subject property is generally located in the 4th district within the Midtown Plaza planning area. More specifically, the residence is located on 0.073 acres within the Volker neighborhood. And to the north of the property is a church. This is a view of the front of the residence from Wyoming Street. One thing to note is the utility pole located in front of the residence. And the applicant submitted this site plan to show the 16 by 19.5 parking pad they are requesting. And due to the lot's configuration, the applicant is unable to put a driveway as required by development code. So variance A is for the required 20-foot setback of parking spaces, since parking spaces must be connected to public streets by a driveway, and this would be a complete variation from code. And variance B is to the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard. Code allows 40% of the front yard to be paved, and the applicant is requesting roughly 57%. So a variance of 17% would be necessary. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
All right. Tim, would you put back the photograph of the front of the house so we can see that again? Okay. So, Mr. Olson, you're wanting to basically pave the entire space from the front of the house to the sidewalk?
Not the entire space. That was my original intent when I came to the city, because if you can see my neighbor there, that's how their house was set up. But after meeting with the planning department, they said that that would likely not get approved. So my lot width is 28.5 feet wide, and I'd like to pave the width of the parking pad to be 16 feet, just enough to fit 2 cars.
So where would, it would be right directly in front of the house?
Yes, it would. And I've already talked to Kansas City Power and Light about moving the utility pole to the north. Of course, I want to get, it's expensive to do so, but we're willing to do that. The reason being, if you wouldn't mind me talking about why I would like that. So my wife and I have owned the house for almost 6 years. We intend to stay in it long term. We have street parking right now, and just the sign of the times, our cars have gotten broken into and rummaged through. That resulted in some pretty large damages. They fried the computer of one of our cars, and it was a pretty big issue. But all my neighbors who have driveways that are also in the front yard, their cars haven't been tampered with. So in order to stay long-term, we'd really like to be able to park at our property and, be able to like bring groceries in, like just not have to cross the street every time we go to the store or, pick something up.
So there's no other, you can't access your property from the rear because you're landlocked. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we back up to another lot and then we're right next to a church.
Okay. And so does the church have a parking lot?
It does not.
So do people,
which is also when they're on Sundays, when they're in session, there's almost no parking around us.
Okay. And how many people on your block have parking in the front yard?
All but 2 of us. I did a little bit of digging in the neighborhood. I think these were put in the 80s. All these homes were owned by one owner, except for mine. And I don't believe they got approval for that. But you can see my next door neighbor has almost 100% of their front driveway paved. So that would be, moving down the screen. And you can see that most of them have no front driveway at all. And I'm proposing keeping it to the minimum width, which would be, if you have 2 cars, 8 feet wide, that's roughly 16 feet. That's what we only have 2 vehicles, so.
Okay. All right, board members, thank you, Tim. Board members, questions for the applicant? No questions?
I did have when I was struggling to get to my mute button. Mr. Olson, I drive that on a regular basis. Expanding between Westport Road and 39th Street, fair to say that maybe 30 or 40% of the houses in that stretch have full width driveways in front of their houses?
The neighborhood was built before there were cars, and then people slowly started adding, and some put them on the sides of the homes, and some have kind of, interesting driveways up. But on my block, there's the vast majority of them have driveways.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing no further comments or questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number
50.
Thank you. I move that the board grant the request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson, why does it say pancake after your name?
I used to own a company called Pancake. We were a food company, and I don't own it anymore. And my computer filled that in on accident. So anyway.
Thank
You make us feel like it should be breakfast. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Olson. Moving along here, let's go to docket item number 12, case number 57, The address is 5665 East Bannister Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with any persons who are here either to support or oppose this request for variance?
Chair, I've promoted the applicant. No one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Jantz, I can see your box. Can you turn on your camera and your microphone? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name, please?
Michael Jans.
And Mr. Jantz, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jantz, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your client's application?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on page 3 of that report that number 1 through 9?
No.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Tim, why don't you do your presentation and then we'll talk to Mr. Jantz about this request.
All right, so case 57, located at 5665 East Bannister Road, is a request for a variance to monument signs within a development district. Subject property is generally located in the 5th Council District within the Hickman Mills planning area. More specifically, the development known as Pioneer Plaza is located southeast of 435 on the corner of Bannister and Hillcrest Road. Pioneer Plaza includes over 15 acres of commercial and retail use. The site is or will be anchored by a grocery store. One thing to note is that the development area sits below the grade of Bannister Road, which I tried to capture in this photo. The applicant submitted revised elevations showing the proposed monument sign. The proposed sign stands at 24 feet tall and comprises around 199.2 square feet. This is a site plan of the development. The proposed plan shows the monument sign will be located on the property line. This is a rendering of the development provided by the applicant. In addition, the project has received a letter of support from the Fairlane Homes Association. And with that, variance A is for the front setback of a monument sign in a development district. The applicant is requesting a complete variance from code, which calls for a minimum 10 feet separation of monument signs from the property line. Variance B is for the maximum area of monument signs in a development district. The proposed 199.3 foot sign will require a 124.3 square foot variance. And variance C is for the maximum height of a monument sign in the development district. The proposed sign will require a 16-foot variance from the 8-foot maximum. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Jantz, I understand the front yard setback is probably due to the topography of the site, right? Is that what you're saying? Because
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But the second two, I want to kind of understand why you need those, because they are of some, I mean, you know, one is 3 times what's allowed, and the other one is quite a bit of extra square foot. Why do you need the extra size on that sign, in light of the fact that it looks like the space is taken up already by a Price Chopper and another facility? Why do you need more space on there?
Well, I could ask Tim if he could put back up the rendering that I sent over as an additional exhibit to earlier today. It might help me in my explanation.
Okay.
I don't know how to bring that up.
Yeah, there, I think Tim's got it. Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, that's what you're asking for. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think this exhibit right here helps explain the scale of our request. You know, through the description of our sign as an oversized monument, this exhibit shows the sign's scale and proportionate size to the overall development. Our request is for an increase in height, signage size and setback distance to bring our sign in scale more appropriate to the basically 13 plus acres that we have on this site. Now, we have a brand new price chopper of 50,000 square feet, and you can see right here, it's shown, it's also under construction right now and should be open within the month. The new store attracted an additional interest, including a hardware store, drive-through restaurant, and an office bank building, which is the need for additional or larger signage created by those additional tenants. Our site is 20 feet below Bannister Road, which is the difficulty of the grade is creating the problem. And that's why we're asking the request for the site signage for reducing the setback requirements and going to a 0 lot line. Also, the road in front Bannister is a 10-foot wide right-of-way, which is more like a highway right-of-way in front of our site, and requiring the additional height of the signage in order to create visibility. As you can see, we are right across the street from the Bannister retail complex for Cerner. So I think we're appropriately located as far as what's across the street and what's in our area for this type and size of signage. Initially, I don't think it was planned that we would have this type of retail completely here. So our MPD zoning was based on having a signage that was primarily for just the storage units itself. But with the increased size and anticipated need for people to find the retail that's here, we're requesting a more typical size sign for this type of a retail project and size and scope. If you have any other questions, I'm willing to answer those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jantz. Board members, do you have questions based on that explanation?
I'm sure I do on the, as I'm looking at the site plan, I'm trying to get an idea of from the grade at, I guess at the curb, at the street, how much of the sign would be above the street level?
Mr. Jantz, can you answer that?
Sure. We're proposing the sign itself to be up at as close to the street level of Bannister as possible. The base of it might actually be slightly down the hill because it starts going down, but the sign itself should be visible, and the height kind of requires that. If the sign was only allowed to be 8 foot tall, it probably would not be visible as much from Bannister, and that's part of the reason for our request.
Okay, so you're only a couple of feet below the street level with the sign, so it's 14 some feet above the street level versus what might be required is 8. That's still, it just seems like an awful lot to just one board member, but that's a lot.
If I could reference just to the west of this, there is a Home Depot, and the sign at the Home Depot is 35 feet tall. So we would be 11 feet shorter than that.
Is that a pole sign?
The one at the Home Depot?
Yes, I'm not familiar.
No, it's not a pole sign. It is a straight up monument sign, typically to what would go on a highway and be allowed on a highway or a freeway. A full sign would be 35. And the fact that we have 10 lanes in front of this and are technically a highway on Bannister at this point, it's more appropriate actually for us to have that sign, but we're proposing a 24-foot sign at this location.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I would move in case number 57 that we grant the request for the variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Jantz.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the next case is item number 13, docket item number 13, case number 58, with an address of 4700 Terrace Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? as well as anyone who's here in either support or opposition.
Madam Chair, I've promoted the applicant, and there's also, it looks like 2 additional people
Okay.
that have raised their hand.
Sorry, my computer is freezing. Just give me 1 minute. I need to get back to docket 13. For some reason, it didn't like me for a second. Okay. And who do we have with us? I see Miss Good and Mr. Is it Fouts?
Correct.
Okay. Let's start with you, Mr. Fouts. State your name, please.
Justin Fouts.
Would you raise your hand to be sworn?
Sure.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And Miss Good, would you state your name, please, for the record?
Kathleen Good.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you both with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I can't tell from the names I have here. Sorry.
Justin Fouts is my husband.
Okay, fair enough.
I am. I am. Yeah.
And Teresa is Lonnie Shanks. I'm here as well.
Oh, you're okay. Where are you? Where are you?
I don't think Lonnie's able to get his video to work. It says it's on my end, but we can't see him.
Yeah. Okay, Lonnie. Lonnie, can you state your name for the record, please?
Lonnie Shanks.
And would you take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right. Folks, have you all reviewed the staff report connected with your application for variance this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Shanks, do you have any objection then to the admission of the administrative exhibits found on page 4 of that report that are numbered 1 through 9?
No, it looks great.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Tim, you have this case. Would you present, and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
I'm not hearing Tim at all. Is anybody else not hearing Tim?
He's
No,
muted.
he's muted. Oh, sorry. I thought he was still pulling it up. I wasn't even noticing that. Sorry. I just thought he was waiting to get started. Okay.
That's
Tim,
on me. Sorry about that. I was halfway through.
I moved down. I was waiting for you to come on. Go ahead.
Okay. The case before you is a request for a variance to the front, rear, and side setbacks of a single-family residence in District R2.5. The property is generally located in the 4th Council District within the Midtown Plaza planning area. More specifically, the residence is located in the West Plaza neighborhood on the corner of 47th and Terrace Street. This is a street view of the front of the property from Terrace. And this is the street facing side of the property from 47th. With the proposed renovations, the existing foundation of the home will be built on and expanded upon. The applicant provided site plans showing the necessary setbacks for the new front, side, and rear property lines. This is an elevation of the side facing 47th Street. This is the interior side elevation. And finally, the front and rear elevations. So with this, variance A is a request for the front setback. The applicant is proposing 18.3 feet and is requesting a 6.7-foot variance to the minimum requirement of 25 feet. Variance B is for the rear setback. The applicant is proposing roughly 24.6 feet, but is requesting a 0.5-foot variance to the minimum requirement of 25 feet. And variance C is for the side setback. The applicant is proposing 6.2 feet, but is requesting an 8.8-foot variance to the minimum requirement of 15 feet required for sides abutting a street. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Mr. Shanks, do you want to tell the board what is happening here and why we should approve a setback variance?
So this is an existing house that my clients purchased. They want to remove the top portion of the house, leave the basement intact, and they'd like to build a new house on top of the existing foundations. So the north, the east, and the south are already set, and that's where they're currently at. They want to expand to the west of it slightly, add a little bit more square footage.
And so that's where you get the 15-foot variance request on that side.
Yes.
Okay.
So for example, the north side of the house is currently what we're requesting. That's where it's currently at.
Okay. All right. Is there a rendering? Tim, do we have a rendering of what the new house would look like?
He's muted.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute. So I'm not sure if I have a colored rendering, but I do have the.
I know you had, yeah, it just sometimes you had some of the elevation, I think, that you showed us.
There should have been a rendering as part of that package I submitted. Should be for the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't think I included that in the presentation.
Okay.
Page 260 in the staff report has a rendering, I believe.
No, okay, I found it. Thank you. I knew whether I'd seen one when I did this. Okay, all right. So on this rendering, Lonnie, which side of the house is going to be in the front yard then? I guess with the front steps, right? That's where we have the setback issue?
Would you mind sharing your screen with me so I could see it?
I don't know that I can do that, can I?
I've got it on my screen and can share it.
Okay, I mean, can we do that? Is that allowed? I don't know if the city can let us do that. That's what I don't know. Can we do that?
Yeah, I can give you, if you don't have permission to, I can give you permission to.
Okay.
I don't see any reason why you can't, Madam Chair.
Okay. So give me permission and I'll share my screen.
Well, on my end, it indicates you should have it. Oh, there you go.
Did it show, do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that would be the northeast corner of that intersecting street of Terrace and 47.
Okay, but this is the front of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's this front yard that you're asking the setback, is that correct?
It's on the right, not the front. That's
to the right. Okay,
yeah, right there's currently where it's at, and we're requesting to build on top of it, so we're requesting a variance.
Okay.
Since that's a side yard and requires 15 feet.
Okay. We're a corner lot. That's what I was trying to understand. Okay, so it's this side that has the issues. Okay, all right. Do board members understand this request or have any questions? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, Mark Ebbets here. In case number 58, I recommend the applicant be granted his request or their request in accordance with site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. The next matter is 14, but I understand that 16 is to be taken at the same time. Is that correct, Joe?
Yes, we would prefer that.
Okay, then I'm going to call two cases at once. Let's call docket item 14, which is case number 62 with an address of 2008 Summit Street, as well as docket item 16, case number 66 with an address of 2004 Summit Street. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted, as well as any parties who are here in support or opposition of these requests?
Madam Chair, I've promoted the applicants, which is Grant and Jacob, and no one else raised their hand.
So, okay, Jacob, let's start with you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Jacob Luttrell.
Would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Baumgartner, can you say your name for the record, please?
Grant Baumgartner.
And would you also take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And just so the board understands this, who's the owner of what property?
That's my company, my partner and I, Edward Franklin Building Company.
Okay, so you own both properties. And Jacob, what's your connection with the case? You're the architect?
That's right.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Just for clarification, so we know who we're talking with. I'm going to run through both cases. You've had a chance to review the staff reports for both properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
In item 14, case number 62, there's a staff report and there are 9 exhibits that are found on page 3 of that staff report. Any objection to the admission of those exhibits for that case?
No objection.
Okay, same question for 16. And let me get down to that one. And again, that has administrative exhibits of 9 exhibits found on page 3. Again, no objection to those being admitted?
That's right, no objection.
So all administrative exhibits in both cases will be admitted. And Jared, I think you have these cases, is that correct? You're on mute. If you would unmute and make your presentation, then we'll hear from Mr. Luttrell and Mr. Baumgartner.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Before us, we have docket items number 14 and 16, which are seeking variance to the required 30-foot front setback on both subject sites. Here's the location of the subject sites. They are in the southern portion of the west side. More specifically, they are near the southwest corner of 20th Street and Summit Street. The required setback, as mentioned, is 30 feet. The proposed setback is 15 feet. Both lots are on the west side of Summit Street, where most of the lots are well below street level. There is a significant drop off on the front of the lots. The blue box in the image just roughly illustrates the 30-foot setback to give an idea of the context of the setbacks in the area. So this is the site plan for 2004 Summit Street, which is the northern of the 2 sites. And this is 2008 Summit Street to the south. The primary difference between the 2 proposals is that 2008 Summit Street includes a garage towards the rear of the property facing the alley, which is not affected by the 30-foot front setback. This is an image of submitted by the applicant of 2008 Summit Street facing the street. And this is an image of the grade change at 2004 Summit Street. Pretty significant drop off. These are the Missouri case factors to be considered. The variance is 15 feet less than the required setback, or 50%. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as few homes already meet the required setback. The difficulty in this case could be obviated by meeting the required 30-foot setback and just building a much longer access bridge to the front of the homes. Staff has reviewed all variance review criteria and finds the case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Luttrell, why do you believe the board should grant the variances in both of these cases?
Yeah, well, I think as Jared said, the primary thing or challenge that's driving our request for the variance is the topography on the site. As he stated, the grade drops almost 14 feet at the sidewalk or at the property line to our property below. So we are really trying to preserve the existing character of the neighborhood such that we have a front door to the home at that street level. if we were to set back the 30 feet, we would have to be building a 30-foot bridge or access way from the sidewalk to get to our house at that upper level. Also, just in sort of keeping with the character of the neighborhood, as you kind of maybe noticed there in Jared's presentation, the average setback of homes along Summit Street in this block is 15 feet. So again, we're trying to preserve that streetscape and sort of match the context of the existing homes in this neighborhood.
In the neighborhood, have you talked about this with the neighborhood? Have they voiced any concerns?
I'll let Grant speak to that.
Yeah, no, we are in constant communication with the West Side Neighborhood Association. I did communicate this with them. With it being a 50-foot, we're sticking with the 50-foot wide lots. So we're actually combining two from 2004, 2006 in a 50-foot wide lot. They're happy with the lot size and are comfortable with the setback up to 15 feet. So they're aware of the case. I do not believe they chose to challenge at all.
Okay. All right, board members, questions for the applicant?
Just one question on the northern lot. Do they just not have access from the alley for a detached garage like the southern?
Jared, do you mind pulling back up your presentation to that site plan? There's one thing I think is important to clarify there. So we applied for this permit as a master plan. So we're basically building the very similar home and detached garage on each parcel. So this site plan is actually the existing condition, the existing surveyed site plan. And then Jared, if you go to the second one, you can see on the south there, which is 2008 Summit Street, we're building a home with a detached garage. We'll actually be replicating that on the northern site, which is 2004 Summit Street. So there will be a home and a detached garage on both properties.
Oh, so 3 houses or 2?
There are just 2.
Just 2 houses.
Understood. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion on these 2 cases. If you would just do it separately, it'll be clearer for the record. So first, if I could have a motion on docket item 14, case number 62. Mr. Kelleher, if you're trying to speak, you're muted. I see lips moving, but I can't hear anything.
My space bar quit working.
You know what? I understand. Again, I'll be happy when I see you folks in person.
I move that in case number 62, the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request is granted. Then if I could have a motion in docket item 16, case number 66.
Same motion, Madam Chair, that in case number 66, the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request is also granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. Everyone doing okay? Need another break? We have a few more cases left. Everybody okay? All right. We'll keep moving ahead then. Let's move on to docket number 18, case number 34 with an address of 3720 Warwick Boulevard. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons who are here in opposition or support of this request for rehearing?
Madam Chair, I am promoting Eric Strack and Deborah Robinson. I know Eric is the applicant.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Who is the board?
Is Ms. Robinson Can you turn on your microphone and your camera so I can identify who you are and your interest in the case? I can see you, ma'am. Okay.
Hi there.
Hello. Are you here in opposition or support?
I'm in support, ma'am.
Okay, all right. We'll get to you in a minute then. Let me talk to Mr. Strack. He's the applicant. Mr. Strack, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Eric Strack.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Robinson, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Deborah Robinson.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I will.
All right. Mr. Strack, have you had a chance to review the staff report that is connected with your application for rehearing?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, I don't believe we need to admit any exhibits. This is a request for rehearing, right? And so
Correct.
what I need to understand, and Olafu, I don't think there's anything we need to present at this point. I need to understand this case was heard.
It was heard in February.
Who was on the quorum?
Madam Chair, I can confirm that for you. Olafu wrote the staff report, but I'm presenting this case.
Okay. So I guess my question is it the same people that needs to hear this? So I need to make sure who that was.
Madam Chair, I know I was on the case because I remember the case.
Okay, that's helpful, but I'm trying to remember.
Hey, Lisa, can you look it up? I can't get on InterGov.
This is not familiar to me at the moment.
I remember this one.
So Randy, you heard it.
Look at the picture, Stiller.
I need to. I was up looking.
No, it's deeper in the report. You'll see it.
Lisa, are you able to look it up?
Yes, I'm in InterGov now.
Thank you.
Just slow.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we're correct. I mean, people's memories are great, but in case someone is misremembering.
Lisa, if you're having a hard time finding it, I think part of the issue is that this was filed as a new application. So you might have to go on the parcel for 3720 Warwick and find the prior BZA case.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. Sorry, I was muted before I was talking.
That's okay.
Okay.
We just want to make sure that it's correct.
It was last heard February 23rd, and it says everybody heard it.
Okay, that's good. We're missing Mr. Banuki, but that means we have a quorum and we have the right people here then. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Strack, back to you.
Yes.
What I need to hear from you to decide, first the board has to decide if you have a basis for rehearing.
Okay.
And what I need to know from you is what information that is different from what you previously provided that you intend to offer as a basis for rehearing. And I need you to address how that information was not available back in February. Because if it was, then we may not have a basis for rehearing. So I need to hear that from you.
Sure. So what I was able to obtain in immediately following the hearing was a letter from the previous owner of when he gutted the property. So if you remember, a big part of the case being denied was that I couldn't prove the date that it was deconstructed. And I purchased the property already gutted. And so I got a notarized letter from the former owner stating the exact date that he performed the interior demolition.
Okay, so why wasn't that something you couldn't have done back in February?
At that point, I had not figured out who the LLC was owned by that I purchased the property from, and I did not understand that that was going to be important to the BZA. I don't think I understood how important that was going to be. And so I went back and I was able to get that contact from a neighbor. I could not figure out who owned the LLC, but one of the neighbors did have their phone number and I was able to get that information.
Okay. Okay, I'm one board member and I understand you didn't realize it would be important to us, but that's not the standard. The standard is was it something that was available?
I did not know who the previous owner was at the time, and I had tried to figure it out, but I was able to.
Okay. All right, board members, I think the applicant has stated an answer to my question. Do you have questions for him on this issue of whether he should be entitled to a rehearing? Okay, hearing no other questions, then I need to first hear from you on whether or not you wish to grant the applicant a rehearing. Do I have a motion on that?
Madam Chair, I move we grant the rehearing.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The rehearing is granted. All right, so Mr. Rexwinkle, do you want to bring us kind of up to speed so the board remembers this, and then we'll hear what further evidence the applicant has on rehearing?
Yeah, I can do that.
And before you do that, Joe, do we have administrative exhibits that I need to admit today then for this rehearing?
Other than the staff report, there is no addition. Well, let me double check since I didn't write it.
Yep, I know you did it.
Okay, so what's listed in the staff report are the 7 standard administrative exhibits, plus this PowerPoint that I'm about to present, and then the case file for the ZDC 2021-0007. It says that's attached to this report. That is, so I think he has a typo in there in that exhibit. It's actually the CLN case that's attached as an exhibit 10, attached to the staff report.
Why don't we do this just for caution's sake? There are 10 administrative exhibits Mr. Stack outlined in the staff report, Joe, right? And if I admit those again, then we'll be covered, right? So I'm
right
going,
here they are.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna admit exhibits 1 through 10. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Joe, bring us up to speed, and then we'll hear from Mr. Strack as to why he believes we should overturn the denial of the CLNU.
Yeah, so Mr. Strack had, just to refresh your memory, applied for a CLNU, certificate of legal nonconforming use for a duplex in District R6. Our staff denied that CLNU, and then, of course, as we have discussed, this board denied the appeal of that denial on February 23rd. This property is located in the Midtown area on Warwick Boulevard. It's shown here in this photograph. And again, it is a duplex. This is the case referenced above. CD BZA 2020-00103 is the case that the board previously denied. And then the case before you today is just a rehearing of that, of course. And then the case number CLN 2020-00011 is the CLNU that was previously denied.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
And Tim Burkhauser is on this case, right? Tim, remind the board what was the basis for the denial?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there were several reasons that this was denied. The first reason was that the application for the CLNU was not filed timely. It was required to be filed within 1 year of the downzoning after 1975, and this property was downzoned September 27th of 2007, ordinance number 070896. And it was downzoned from an R4 to an R1B. And the application for the CLNU was filed on August 6th of 2020. So we had the failure to file within the 1 year. We also had noted the non-conforming use was not used in the last 12 months. All the equipment and furnishings had been removed from the premises and had not been replaced by similar or other equipment and furnishings within 180 days. And also intentional damage or destruction to the property by the person that had control of the property, by the owner or the tenant, and I believe it was the owner. And all non-conforming structure rights are lost, and reconstruction of non-conforming structure is prohibited if that's the case. And again, that was dated, the denial was dated December 4th, 2020.
Okay. So, Mr. Strack, what information do you have that tells us that the time limit isn't changed, or that for 12 months the property?
Yeah, so the notarized letter I have from the previous owner states that he demolished the interior of the property with the purpose of obtaining permits and rebuilding in April of 2020. I purchased it in June and immediately filed permits. I know that's past the 1 year at this point, but when I filed everything, it had not. I think that in light of that, this original construction as a duplex due to a zoning error made in 2007 and an elderly occupants that were not able to, elderly owner that was not able to file the paperwork, I don't think that we should be down zoning or causing this historic duplex to go to a single family. And I think that what I wanted you to hear today is that it was not out of use for a long time. You can see the car in the driveway in the aerial photograph they've got. It was demoed in April of 2020, and with the intent to rehab quickly, and I've now sat on it for a very, very long time, trying to maintain the land use.
So, Mr. Strack, you said there's an affidavit that you have. Have you brought that and had that marked as?
I submitted that through Compass KC with the reappearance. I can have it if you need it.
Joe, do you have that?
Yes, I can pull it up.
Okay. And that should be exhibit, yes, exhibit 11. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be number 11, Madam Chair.
Okay, I will admit exhibit 11.
Mr. Strack, the quickest way for me to get this is by searching the address. Can you remind me real quick what the address is? I should know that. But
3720 Warwick Boulevard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Strack, I would suggest if you have it in some way, if you could share it. Do you have a digital that you could like share your screen if I give you the permission? Okay.
have it open and everything, so ready to go.
Go ahead and try to share your screen.
See if are you able to see
Yes.
Bluebeam software with the PDF open? Let me see if I can.
Is it signed and notarized? Okay. Okay, can you go back up so we can read the top of it? Okay. Okay. So Mr. Burkhauser, seeing this, does this change any of the findings that you made?
It's possible that it changed the section that talked about the building or structures ceased to be used in a non-conforming manner for a period of 12 months, possibly, and no use have been maintained in the structure for a period of 12 months or more. Although it doesn't change the intentional damage or destruction nor the application for the CLNU within 1 year.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was having the same issue, and I thought you would tell me that, but for the board's purpose, I wanted you to tell us. So, Mr. Burkhauser, what you're saying is that when Mr. Yosef, I'm not sure if I'm saying his name correctly. I'm sorry, Yosef, is that correct? Deconstructed the duplex, that he did that without first asking for a CLNU. And so that's part of the issue. And then this also wasn't asked for within the 1 year time frame set forth in the ordinance.
In general terms, they would have asked for building permits to reconstruct it, and that would have included the interior demo. Some people do interior demo and just pull that permit, but in generally when you're building back, you would take out that one building permit along with your electrical, plumbing, mechanical, that kind of thing. And that would show that you're going to continue to do that. So in some regard, we would allow that to be done as maintaining the property under a CLNU, if you will. And that's probably, and I'm just guessing, if they came in and asked for permits sometime before this owner, they would have told them that they needed a CLNU to file for that application. And then, of course, the 1 year issue would have came up at that point, and there are some availabilities to the board to approve a CLN, even though they failed to file within 1 year, that we do not have that authority to do as a department.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is admitted as Exhibit 11, and Mr. Strack, you'll need to send a copy of this by email to Mr. Rexwinkle, please, so we have it in the file. Can you stop sharing your screen for a minute?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, board members, having heard Mr. Burkhauser's explanation, do you have any questions of the applicant or of Mr. Burkhauser?
Yes, Mr. Burkhauser, the development code, are we talking about the development code provision that requires the application within 1 year?
Yes. The development code under 88610, which is the non-conforming uses, requires an application to be made within 1 year after 1975. Basically, if it became non-conforming before 1975, they could file anytime. But after 1975, if they become non-conforming because of an ordinance change, the zoning change, that they only have 1 year to make that application, unless there's clear evidence that the building was the original construction, and we believe that this was added on to. At some point, it changed from a single family to a duplex. That's what our belief is. but it goes on without major additions or alterations and has been in continuous use for its originally intended and lawful established purpose since it was constructed. That's basically the requirements that we have. And then there's also number 3, which the appeals of the city planning and development director's decision may be taken to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And in short, I'm just going to paraphrase here rather than reading everything. On appeal, the board may waive the 1-year requirement above for non-conforming structure or use, finds the following. Number 1, that approving the certificate will not result in a use that is out of character or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And number 2, that not approving the certificate would create a hardship for the current owner of the non-conforming property. And that would be to overcome the 1-year requirement. If that answers your question, Mr. Kelleher.
Yes, although my next question is, isn't there a requirement that the city mail notices? Isn't there, it sticks in my mind. Am I thinking of
There is a requirement that on a down zoning that you inform the property owners that are known. It doesn't require you to inform every property owner, but the ones that you know of, then the city should inform them of a non-conforming. They have public hearings, public meetings to explain those requirements as well.
So was there a notice sent to anybody on this property?
I'm unable to answer that question, Mr. Kelleher. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
And I do want to point out that in the documentation, we have duplex occupancy back to 1911. The city nor I could find any records prior to that other than it was built in 06. We don't have the original building permit to know.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
I have one.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Tom.
Are there 2 entryways to this building? One for upstairs, one for downstairs, separate locking?
There are no internal stairs in this building. There's a front door in the center and there's a front door on the north or the kind of the right as you're looking at the structure. I could show you a quick video if you want, but I've got the 2 front doors and I have a second staircase from the 2nd floor out the back for their fire escape exit.
I've owned it like that before, so yeah, I see. Thank you.
All right, other questions? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
I would move that the board, in light of new evidence, grant the CLNU to the applicant I guess, consistent with all of the information contained within the staff report and site plan.
And the new exhibit, correct?
And the new exhibit number 11, thank you.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second from Mr. Goritz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And Mr. Ebbets, have you?
No, I'm opposed.
Okay, all right, sorry. I didn't ask that question, sorry. All opposed?
Aye.
And chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Okay.
Very much, Madam Chairman and Board.
All right. All right, we have 2 more cases that we need to address. Okay, so let's go to item number 19. Case number 48 with an address of 770 Admiral Boulevard. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons who are interested in this case?
Madam Chair, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
I apologize. Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, sir, is that all we have is just one person?
Yes, it's just Scott,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right, sir, would you state your name for the record, please?
Scott Hushin, Infinity Sign. Last name is spelled as on the screen.
Thank you. You've been listening all day, haven't you? Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report connected to the application? And if
Yes.
on page 4 of that report, there are 9 administrative exhibits listed above Mr. Nelson's signature. Do you have any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider this afternoon?
No, ma'am. No
Exhibit-
objection.
Thank you. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Zach, would you please present, and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Yes, thank you. So this next case is located in the northeast corner of the downtown loop. More specifically, this is an existing hotel site just west of Charlotte Street, in between 6th Street to the north and Admiral Boulevard to the south. As you can see, it's fairly close to I-70 as well. So this is looking west at the existing building. It previously operated as a Comfort Inn and Suites with a curb cut to the east here. And it's currently in the process of being renovated into a Holiday Inn. So this building elevation kind of shows what's being proposed. And as part of that renovation, there's new signage that's also being proposed. And so this is kind of a unique case in that staff has determined that the signage that's before you today is actually considered an under canopy sign. And so that's the sign that's circled in the red here that we're looking at specifically. And so the applicant is requesting 2 variances for this. The first deals with under the hang below marquee signs. And the code states that they cannot hang lower than 24 inches below the lowest point of a marquee sign. The applicant is proposing to install the sign to the point where it's 6 feet 10 inches below the bottom of the marquee sign, and is requesting a variance amount of 4 feet 10 inches. And then the second variance is the minimum clearance above basically above ground level. The code requires a minimum clearance of 8 feet. The applicant is proposing a clearance of 3 feet 1 inch. And the applicant is requesting a variance amount of 4 feet 11 inches. And again, this is a unique case in that it's not a traditional canopy. Visitors won't be walking underneath this sign, but based on how it's designed, staff kind of has to consider this an under canopy sign. And so that concludes my presentation.
So Zach, if this wasn't an under canopy sign, would it be allowed in this dimension and these dimensions and size?
No, I believe it would probably be considered a pole sign if it was not connected and underneath the canopy, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, all right. So thank you. So Mr. Hushin, why is this sign needed? It's not really telling you anything about the hotel.
Correct. This is a typical brand standard for the Holiday Inn. This is their new design that they're going with. And being that they weren't able to classify this as a ground sign or wall sign, they've kind of done it as an under canopy sign. As you can see below that sign, they're going to have a concrete or rock wall there that it's basically an architectural element that they're using for the sign. It's going to be barely visible to anybody on the east side of the building. And it's just part of their brand standard that they're requiring for all of these hotels going forward. Does that answer your question?
It does. I mean, we get a lot of people wanting their brand on the side of their building.
We do too.
I know you do. It's just we have to balance it with what.
I'm unable to classify it as a wall sign or a ground sign. So, and if this were a wall sign or a ground sign, I think this would be allowed per the city code, but they don't have a classification for it. So that's why we're applying for the variance.
So it's attached to this piece of wood, or basically this pole, and so it's not attached to the side of the building.
No, it stands out. It's on the outside lane of that porte-cochere, if you will, and it's attached at the bottom of the porte-cochere and at the top of that rock wall. Kind of free spans in that area.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, this is Joe. We have seen a few other examples of, I'm thinking of a couple fast food chains that have wanted to add something similar to the canopy or porte-cochere that goes over the drive-through window on the outside of that. And we just don't have anything that meets the definition of that we can classify it as the only thing we can fit it into by definition is the under canopy or marquee sign, which I believe was really intended to be for signage above sidewalks, which is why I think you have that clearance requirement. But it by definition can't be a wall sign because it has to be attached to the face of the wall of the building and cannot project more than 12 inches, I believe, beyond the wall in order to, by definition, be a wall sign.
So if this isn't a sign and it's an architectural piece, does it have to be? I mean, should we be hearing this? Is this really a sign?
It does have a logo on it. That's the reason why they're considering it a sign.
That's right.
Okay. I'm asking. I mean, sounds like this is something, sort of something that's unique, right? Fellow board? Yeah. Okay. All right, board members, I think they've explained it to us. Do you have questions? No questions? Okay. All right, hearing no questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 48, I recommend the board grant the approval in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have one final case. Docket item 20, case number 52, with the applicant and all interested parties, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I'm promoting John Rowe, who's the applicant, and Douglas Price.
Okay.
There is a third person named Brian. I'm not sure if they are wanting to be, they haven't raised their hand.
And Mr. Latonia, I see him out there, but he's one on the other case, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he might just be watching us still.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Rowe, I see you. Could you state your name, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is John Rowe with the Rowe Law Firm. Address is 4444 North Bellevue Avenue, Suite 208.
Thank you, sir. Could you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And sir, who's with you today?
Madam Chair, this is my client. The property that he owns is at 804 West 48th Street. It's the David Copperfield Apartments. This is Mr. Bruce Hawkinson, the owner of that property, David Copperfield Apartments.
Okay. And Mr. Rowe, could you spell his name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Bruce, common spelling, B-R-U-C-E. Hawkinson is H-A-W-K-I-N-S-O-N.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkinson, can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you. Mr. Price, I can sort of see you. There's a glare from the sun. Yes, thank you, sir. Could you state your name, please?
Doug Price.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you here in support or opposition to this request?
Opposition.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Rowe, and Mr. Price, will give you a chance to speak after we hear from the applicant. Mr. Rowe, this is you're appealing the director's decision, is that correct?
We're appealing the decision that was communicated to me on April 5th of this year by the city's inspector, James Duddy, and to the extent there was a previous director's decision, I am also appealing that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Price, I think we're having some feedback from your location.
Yes.
Okay, if you can mute, I think it'll help us. Courtney Ward has a hard enough time doing these Zoom hearings, even though she's pretty good at what she does. Okay, all right. So Mr. Rowe, you reviewed the staff report then related to this application?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Any objection to the 10 administrative exhibits outlined on pages 2 and 3 of the staff report?
No objection to exhibits 1 through 6.
Okay.
I have an objection to Exhibit 7, which is the staff report, to the extent that it incorrectly identifies the date that case ZDZC-2021-0055 was closed. That's an incorrect date in there. And as I mentioned, I'm appealing the decision that was conveyed to me on April 5th by the city's inspector. And so, and to the extent the director's previous decision. So under summary of request, it's not quite fully explanatory of my appeal. So to the extent that the staff report has a couple of errors in it like that, I object. No objection to exhibits 8, 9, or 10.
Okay, I'm going to admit all 10 exhibits, Mr. Rowe, with your notations of changes, and you can address those more so in your presentation once we hear from staff. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right. So, Joe, I think you're presenting this one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's hear from you first, and then we'll hear from Mr. Rowe.
All right. This is really short. So this case is about a property on the west side of the Country Club Plaza. On this slide, you can see the subject property in yellow. I do believe, I know the property, there's 2 parcels to the north of the one in yellow that are under the same ownership with the one in yellow. So I do believe that the use in question may exist on all 3 properties. This isn't intended to convey, it's just on the southern of the 3. So what you see on this slide is just a summary timeline, a more summarized version of what's in the staff report. As I understand it, there were numerous people in our department involved in this. So gathering the information was my challenge. But as I understand it, on December 5th, an email was provided to the director's office. And when I say the director's office, in this case, I mean the director of the department, alleging that a dog park was operating on the subject property in violation of the ordinance. On December 11th, the director determined that there was no violation and made the property owner, I believe it's Mr. Rowe's client, aware via email. On March 8th, a formal complaint was filed through the Action Center referencing the property being used as a dog park. And on March 9th, the case was closed by staff since it had been previously determined that there was no violation. This information that I obtained, I understand Mr. Rowe disputes one of those dates in March. I obtained that from Compass KC, from our InterGov record. It does, the complaints themselves, I will say, are filed, when they're filed through the Action Center, are filed through a separate software program. So he may be referring to the date that that program used. I'm not sure. Then on April 19th, the appeal was filed. I know that there's many emails that go back and forth that were attached as an exhibit to this, to my staff report. And perhaps those emails contain the information that Mr. Rowe referenced regarding April 5th. But again, the decision was made prior to that date. That's staff's position. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Rowe, back to you, because you're the applicant. You're appealing this because you believe the city did not correctly find this to be you're opposing that. I can't even, it's a long day. I'm going to start over.
It has been, Madam Chair.
I am so sorry. You're saying this is a dog park. Is that what your position is?
Well, I think it's a little finer than that. I don't think there's a dispute that the use of the property in question is for an off-leash dog park. What I'm disputing is the city's determination that an off-leash dog park is a permitted use in the R-0.5 zoning district.
Okay. Okay. All right. Explain why you believe that.
Okay. Let me, if I could just set the stage a little bit more. My client owns the David Copperfield Apartments, which are located at 804 West 48th Street. The off-leash dog park has been established on the following properties, and they are the 3 vacant lots immediately adjacent on the north of my client's property. Those 3 vacant lots are 4734-36 Summit, 4730-32 Summit, and 4728 Summit. So there are 3 vacant lots there that together are about a ½ acre in size. And generally speaking, what happened is that the owner of that subject property established on that subject property an off-leash dog park used by dog owners and their dogs. And that subject property has been fenced. Tables and chairs have been placed within the fenced enclosure so that various owners of dogs in the off-leash dog park have a place to sit. And a waste bag station has been installed for the use of the various dog owners to clean up after their dogs. I should note that my client's property, 804 West 48th Street, is zoned R-0.5, and that the 3 vacant lots are also zoned R-0.5. There were a number of photographs that I turned in as part of Exhibit 8. And there are photographs that the city's inspector took that are part of the city's file that are part of, let's see, I think the city's file is Exhibit 10. That's the case file. So all of those photographs, without making this day longer, all show this being, the property being used as an off-leash dog park. So I don't think there's any dispute about how the property is being used or what was established there. The question becomes, is that a permitted use in the R-0.5 zoning district? And so I think to get to my argument, I would just like to, talk about a little bit of the chronology, because, we're talking about a dog park, so we've got issues with barking. My client has an apartment building there, so people are there and during COVID, people are trying to work from home, which is their apartment. You got dogs barking. You got dogs barking early in the morning and late into the evening. There's been a noticeable increase in defecation on public and private property in the area and on my client's property. And offensive and disagreeable smells or odors emanating from that property to the annoyance and inconvenience of our client. But by way of background, and again, this is going to be in Exhibit 8, Mr. Brookhauser sent an email to me dated March 8th, 2021, stating, "John, I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get back to you. I haven't had a lot of time to review all of the information surrounding this complaint. What I did find is the 311 case you referred was never created in our computer-based system. The 311 is in the process of implementing a new computer system which will interface with ours. Is this dog park operated by Parks and Recreation, and is it open to the public at large? Is it just for the tenants of the building or complex? There are several sections which may apply to the dog park. It includes parks or homeowners association amenities, to where animals are allowed in all districts, requiring them to meet Chapter 14 animal control ordinances. I created a complaint in our system, which can see on Compass KC. It's being assigned to Jim Duddy, which is included on this email. You can discuss the issues directly with him, and we'll determine if a violation exists or not. So that's March 8th. And again, part of the packet of my Exhibit 8 is I included some copies from the Compass case that was created. This would be case ZDC-2021-0055. And that Compass information that was submitted clearly shows that that case was opened on March 8th of 2021. And it also shows that on March 9th, the next day, that Mr. Duddy went and inspected the subject property. And what's interesting is that subsequent to his inspection, Mr. Duddy had a phone conversation with me where he called to tell me, this would be on March 22nd, that it was his opinion that the property was in violation of the zoning ordinance. And in the city's Exhibit 10 that has been admitted, there's an interesting email that I hadn't seen until this staff report was sent to me yesterday at 3:39 p.m. This is an email from Mr. Duddy, that'd be the city's inspector, to Mr. Brookhauser dated March 26, 2021. And it reads, it's short enough to read, and I'd like to have it in the record here. Tim, here is a synopsis of my findings for the private off-leash dog park located at 4734-38 Summit. On inspection of the site, I did observe that the unimproved parcels have been converted to an off-leash dog park. The area has been fenced and portable tables and chairs are placed at various locations within the fenced-in area. I have attempted to find ordinances or standards that govern the establishment or monitoring of such parks. I have reviewed the Chapter 14 ordinances and the resolutions set for parks and recreation. Neither of these address the issue. From Chapter 88 ordinances, I have not been able to find where such a use would be allowed. It would appear that this would be under public/civic use group, park/recreation. Then he says 88-805-03-8 park/recreation. Recreational, social, or multi-purpose uses associated with public parks, public open spaces, public community centers, public play fields, public or private golf courses, or other public recreation areas or buildings. Then he references community center, a facility for meetings, recreation, or social activities. And then he references homes association clubhouse. Then he says, as you can see, this governs public sites. As for possible homes association amenities, I believe this would be covered by a development plan or a special use permit. As there are no subdivisions or multi-unit living quarters associated with the site, there would be no homes association. The site has no signs restricting entrance or use. It appears to be available to anyone that wants to use it. It seems to be open to the public, but it remains private property. In my interpretation, this use is not allowed as it does not fit in the above mentioned use groups. Yours or others' interpretations are sought. Photographs attached. Respectfully, James Duddy, legal investigator, City Planning and Development. So that's March 26th. March 31st, Mr. Brookhauser writes to Mr. Rexwinkle, Diane Binkley, and a copy to Mr. Duddy. Folks, this is a complaint where John Rowe represents the complainant. We were unable to find anything that regulates privately owned parks for dogs. This includes Chapter 14 Animal Controls Ordinance. The dog park in question is privately owned, although it appears to be open to the public in general. We do find a definition to a public park, but nothing to regulate private dog parks. The property is zoned R-0.5, which allows animals by the use chart regulated by Chapter 14. It is next to the Block Cancer Survivors Park. Any thoughts on responding to this complaint? That's March 31st. On April 5th, just a few days later, I got a phone call from Mr. Duddy, who told me that it has been determined that the off-leash dog park was a permitted use in the R-0.5 zoning district. And so I wrote an email to him that confirmed how he got to that determination. And I'm going to come back to that, but it's interesting. Here's another email in the city's file I hadn't seen before the staff report was provided to me. On April 5th, Mr. Duddy wrote to Mr. Brookhauser, "I just got off the phone with Mr. Rowe. Man, that was fun. He is not very happy. I explained the finding to him. He asked who made the determination. I shared the email from Mr. Klein with him and stated the director and the deputy director had made the determination. He stated that he had seen the email previously. He copied the logic and list form and said he would be emailing it back to me for me to review to ensure what I said to him. He stated he would copy you in the email. We read charts and definitions together. He really went over 88-805-06-B. He read it to me and then asked me to read it back to him. He also asked if there was another definition for agriculture, animal. I stated not that I know of. He may or may not file an appeal. He asked how long he has to file an appeal. I stated that since there was no violation found, no notice of violation was sent, so I guess you can file an appeal anytime. If this is incorrect, let me know so I can alert him to an appeal deadline. Thanks." So that's April 5th, and I filed this appeal within 15 days on April 19th. And the reason I read that email is because he's confirming he just got off the phone with me, and I wasn't very happy. You see, March 22nd, he calls and tells me that he thinks it's a violation. And then on April 5th, he calls and tells me it's not a violation. So against that backdrop, here's why we think that this decision is in error. And we have to look at how the city gets to its determination. In the zoning and development code, in the residential zoning district, there is a use table. It is a table that identifies use groups and particular uses, and 88-110-03-A says uses are allowed in our zoning districts in accordance with table 110-1 below. And then a little bit farther down in that ordinance, 88-110-03-E, prohibited uses, says uses not listed in the table and those identified with a dash are expressly prohibited. So when you look at the use table and you go over the top to the line item of R-0.5 and then start going down the uses, there is no dog park use listed for R-0.5. So it should not be a permitted use. However, what the city is saying is that if you go to the use table and go all the way down to the very last use category, which is other, and there are two items in the other category there, and one of them is agriculture agriculture, animal. So understand what's happening here. We've got a use table. You go down the column, the city says to other, go to agriculture, animal, and then follow that line item over to where it intersects with the R-0.5 column. And there is a letter P, which stands for permitted, star, which over in the right-hand margin refers to chapter 14, the animal code. Well, here's what's interesting about that. And that's what was explained to me as how the city has determined that this dog park at the subject property is a permitted use in the R-0.5 district is because it is an agriculture, comma, animal use, which is permitted in that district. Well, as part of Exhibit 8, and it's also part of your Exhibit 1 because that's the whole zoning ordinance, but I pulled out the definition of agriculture, comma, animal. This is 88-805-06-B. This is the city's definition of agriculture, comma, animal, the category that the city says an off-leash dog park goes in. The feeding, breeding, raising, or holding of cattle, swine, poultry, or other livestock, whether held in a confinement area or open pasture. Also includes the killing, butchering, or dressing of livestock, fowl, fish, or other animals raised on the premises. Such killing, butchering, or dressing shall be done within an accessory building or principal building if animal agriculture is the principal use on the lot, which building shall be located not less than 200 feet from any property line. So again, I want to make the point that the reason, I want to come back to your question with that kind of this information, Madam Chair. Why do I think that the city's determination is in error? Because there's no dispute that this is a dog park use, an off-leash dog park use, and an off-leash dog park is simply not the feeding, breeding, raising, or holding of cattle, swine, poultry, or other livestock held in a confinement area or open pasture. That's just not what it is. But that's the city's rationale for saying that the owner of that subject property can fence that area and make it open for anybody who wants to bring their dogs there to have a dog park there. A couple of other things that I would note. The zoning code, zoning and development code, has a purposes section. The purposes section says this zoning and development code is adopted for the purposes of, and then they list several items, and I just want to point out a few. 88-10-05-A says one of the purposes of the zoning and development code is protecting and promoting the public health, safety, and general welfare. And I would submit to you that putting an off-leash dog park with dogs barking, dogs defecating, and the attendant smells and odors that go along with that right next to my client's 18-unit apartment building does not promote public health or general welfare. 88-10-05-C says another purpose of the zoning code is enhancing residents' quality of life. Putting a dog park at that location does not enhance residents' quality of life. In fact, one of the items that's attached to Exhibit 8 is a petition signed by persons in that apartment building owned by my client objecting to that use. 88-10-05-D says one of the purposes of the zoning code is protecting the character of established residential neighborhoods. This is a residential area, and this dog park does nothing to protect the character of this established residential neighborhood. Another thing that I would point out is 88-15-01 of the zoning code very clearly says, this is called meanings and intent. The language of the zoning and development code must be read literally, must. So we're looking at a zoning code that defines agriculture, animal as the feeding, breeding, raising, or holding of cattle, swine, poultry, or other livestock. You've got a zoning ordinance that says the language of the zoning and development code must be read literally, and reading that literally, dogs are not being fed, bred, raised, or held there. That's just not what this is. One of the other exhibits that I turned in is I went, in the use table, it referred to this chapter 14. So I went to chapter 14 and in Exhibit 8, provided a copy of 14-12, kind of gives us an idea of what livestock means. This is titled Keeping of Livestock Generally, keeping of wild animals. As used in this section, the term livestock includes but is not limited to the following animals: horses, mules, cattle, sheep, goats, swine, ostriches, emus, and cassowaries. No livestock or wild animals of similar or larger size shall be kept, maintained, pastured, or fed within 200 feet of the nearest portion of any building in any way used by human beings, other than the dwelling occupied by the owner or keeper of any such animals. Beyond this limitation of 200 feet, not more than 2 of such animals shall be kept, provided that the limitation of 2 horses shall not apply to a commercial riding stable licensed pursuant to such and such, and then it goes on. But I just offer that, Madam Chair and board members, as a little bit of context. This is a dog park, but the city is trying to shoehorn an okay for a dog park on the subject property under an ordinance definition that's talking about horses and cattle and sheep and goat and swine and animals like that, not dogs. That's why this is in error. So this determination is in conflict with the purposes section of the Zoning and Development Code. It conflicts with the meanings and intent section of the Zoning and Development Code. It even conflicts with the purposes section of the residential zoning district. So when you look at your Zoning and Development Code and you go down to residential districts, there's a purposes clause under residential districts, purposes clause. One of the purposes of the residential district is to promote, create, and maintain a variety of housing opportunities. This dog park in R-0.5 does not promote, create, or maintain housing opportunities. Here's another purpose: maintain desired physical character of the existing neighborhood. This dog park doesn't maintain the desired physical characteristic of the existing neighborhood. The folks in my client's apartment building are upset about this. Here's another purpose in the residential zoning district: to offer certainty for neighbors for what is allowed. You know, when you look at the use table, dog park's not allowed. It's not listed as a permitted use in the R-0.5. That's the certainty. And now the city is saying, well, we'll put it in here under agriculture, animal, where the horses, swine, and cows and chickens are supposed to be raised and butchered. That's where we're going to put it. So, you know, so kind of one way to look at it is this is a wrong determination. The other way is if you say that codes is right, I would submit to you, you're opening Pandora's box, because that agriculture, animal use is a permitted use in all of the residential districts. And I asked that of Mr. Duddy. Anybody who's got residentially zoned property that wants to have a dog park can create a dog park and then say, pursuant to this decision, well, it's an agriculture, animal use. The city already determined that. You're going to have these dog parks springing up all over the place. So this is the time to say this decision was not the right decision and to reverse that decision. And I was listing off the things that it conflicted with purpose, conflicted with meanings and intent, conflicts with purposes of the residential districts. To that, I would add the decision is inconsistent with the residential use table that I just referred to, and it's inconsistent with the definition of agriculture, animal that I just read to you. And so for all of those reasons, I would respectfully request that the board vote to reverse the determination of Codes Administration that this is a permitted use in the R-0.5 district. And with that, Madam Chair, I think my client, Mr. Hawkinson, would like to make a few brief comments too, for the record.
That's fine. Go ahead.
The most important thing is it's a problem with my residents. I have people that work at home. I have people that work late hours. The barking is unbelievable. I was there at 7:30 one morning and it was echoing off the buildings. It's not fair to have them put up with that. The expected some form of peace and quiet when they moved in, and they're not getting it. I had one tenant that moved from apartment 104, and it's been vacant ever since. And that obviously is costing me rent month after month. The building is part of the Nellie Peters Historic Group that was established in 1989. And I don't think the dog park goes along with what happened then. It just doesn't fit. And it's certainly not 200 feet away from my building. It's probably 35 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Mr. Rowe?
No, Madam Chair.
I want to hear from Mr. Price. Mr. Price, are you here in support or opposition? What is your connection to this case?
Oh wow, is my connection. I'm in opposition of this appeal request. I am the owner of the property. I apologize to the BZA and everybody that spent time, the inspectors, for wasting their time on stupid things. John and Bruce, call me anytime. I live across the street. Ma'am, it is not a dog park. I woke up one morning and put a fence on my property and let my dogs play. And other people joined, but it's not some planned unit development or planned PPD development. I'll get rid of the furniture. Mr. Hawkinson's property is next to another dog park, the Annette Block Cancer Park, with dog stations and all kinds of things like that. So I'll clean up the property a little better. I'm going to remove the furniture. I apologize to Bruce and to John and to the city for wasting so much time. And I think the animals were there before, like 500,000 years ago, before we were. But I do protest and would like to see the recommendation of staff stay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Brookhauser, are you on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for me why the city believes that this fits under animal agricultural?
Yes, I can. First of all, I'd like to say that the decision was made December 11th of 2020. An email was sent back to Mr. Hawkins from Nathan Klein, telling him that the decision of no violation, and I'll read that to you. Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Our Department of Zoning and Building Code staff looked into this for you and found that no violations of the Zoning and Building Code has occurred at the site. There may be an opportunity to make a 311 Action Center complaint, and it gives the link regarding noise or odor nuisances that would be forwarded by the Action Center staff to the appropriate city departments for further investigation and possible enforcement if you and the residents of your building are experiencing such nuisances. Please let me know if I can be of further assistance to you. This decision was made and was sent by the director, and Mr. Klein sent that to Mr. Hawkinson. Based on the ordinance, there was a 15-day appeal time allowed. That's under 88-575-03-A and 88-575-03-B. So 15 days after that determination, what was allotted to that complainant to file an appeal with this board to have this case heard. Now, granted, there was additional complaint that came in that myself and Mr. Duddy discussed and tried to work through the issues dealing with, as Mr. Rowe says, a dog park. At that time, we did not know that there had already been a determination made in December, as we're looking at this in, I believe, March. After looking into this and agreed, Mr. Duddy was having conversations with Mr. Rowe. But no secondary decision had been made at that time. We were only having discussions. Eventually, we sent notes and we found out that this decision had already been made in December. And that information was relayed back to Mr. Rowe, that decision was already made. So there was a difference of opinion on the appeal time and when it's allowed. But from our position is they only have 15 days from December 11th to make that appeal. So we don't believe that this appeal is valid. But to come back to your question of how we got there, I'd be happy to try to answer that. When we looked at this a little deeper, and as Mr. Rose said, talking dog park, and we're not sure we're calling that a park, a dog park, because Parks and Recreation section under 88-805-03-H reads, and I'll read what Mr. Rowe read: recreation, social, and multi-purpose uses associated with public parks, public open spaces, public community centers, public playgrounds, public or private golf courses, or other public recreation areas or buildings. So we went a step farther. What does public mean? Can we call this a public park? So we looked that definition up, and in 88-810-1360, public park is defined in our development code as any park or parkland owned and operated by the city, county, state, or federal government. That is not the case. This is private property. So from there, we looked at the use tables, as Mr. Rowe said, and we looked at those and we tried to determine where is it that there's animal issues that fall within those use tables. And in those use tables is pretty simply put that there's only a couple places that it is. It's under commercial uses. And those commercials are animal services, sales and grooming, shelter and boarding, kennels, veterinary, and stables. All commercial. Those are all commercial where people are paying for services. And that's simply not what we found on this property. We didn't find that there was a commercial use there. So we came back and we said, hey, we don't think that it fits there. Where else do we have in the development code that we can make a decision on whether there's a violation or not a violation? And the only place that we could find at that time was under agricultural animals. And under agricultural animals, as Mr. Rose stated, you can have any animals there you basically want as long as they meet Chapter 14 animal controls ordinances. So what it does is it leads you over to animal control and says, okay, well, what can you have? And there's nothing in there that we could find, and we wouldn't enforce under the development code. Animal control would have to enforce under their own codes that said that people cannot come and congregate with their pets. There's nothing in our ordinance that says you as individuals cannot have a certain amount of dogs at your house. That's all under animal controls ordinances. So for us to send a notice of violation in any sense of the word, we couldn't do that. And we went back to our director, we went back to our deputy director, and we sent an email and said, hey, has there been any conversations about this? And that's when we were informed after the fact that they had already had this conversation with Mr. Hawkinson and the decision had already been made. And that's when that information was relayed to Mr. Rowe from Mr. Duddy. So we don't feel that we could send a notice of violation and support that notice of violation in front of this board or any municipal court or anywhere else. That's why we relayed that information that decision had already been made. Now, I'd like to go one step farther, and I know it's getting late. I'll try to move this along. But the director has certain authorities that no one else has. And when you look at 88-805-01-D, it says determination of most similar use category. When a specific use type cannot be readily classified into a use category or appears to fit into two or more categories, the city planning and development director is authorized to determine the most similar. And it goes on the most appropriate use category based on the following categories. And there's several categories that he can consider. I'm not here to speak for the director. I'm only here to say that his decision was made based on whatever he chose and however he reached that conclusion. And he reached that conclusion that there was not a violation. And that's why we are here today, and we did not send a notice of violation, that we believe that it fits under agricultural. If we looked at animals in any of those zone districts, they could be large animals, small animals, et cetera, et cetera. So we believe that we made the right decision, and we would stand behind that decision today.
Let me ask you this question, Mr. Hauser. The city is issuing a decision. Is there a format that the code requires that decision be issued in? In other words, this was issued in an email. Does a decision have to contain certain information in it under the code?
Not that I'm aware of. There is not a formal letter that is required.
Yep, I'm asking your position on that. Okay, Mr.
I'm unaware of anything. I think once the person makes a decision representing our department, it's done.
Okay, and that's my question. I mean, does the code require that be in a specific format so that the person receiving it has a full understanding of what the decision is based on? Mr. Rowe, do you have any information that says that the codes department has to issue that decision in a certain format? Mr. Rowe, you're muted. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's better. I always forget that. Can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
No, and I appreciate people muting when they're not talking because it helps the court reporter. So go ahead.
Yeah, and my chair squeaks when I tip back in it, so I didn't want that to interrupt you. But I want to answer your question, and if I may address some of the points that Mr. Brookhauser made here. With regard to this email that was sent by, I guess, the administrative assistant in the planning department there to Mr. Hawkinson in December, I'm kind of glad Mr. Brookhauser read that, because it should indicate to the board how much of a trap for the unwary such an innocuous and innocent little email is that the city's trying now to use against Mr. Hawkinson to keep this appeal from moving forward. That email says, "Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Our development, zoning, and building code staff," not the director, staff, "looked into this for you and found that no violation of the zoning or building code has occurred at the site. There may be an opportunity to make a 311 Action Center complaint." Where in that email did it ever tell Mr. Hawkinson, this is a determination of the administrator, this is an official determination of an administrative official, and you have 15 days to appeal? My goodness, you had other cases on the docket today. I think they might have gotten continued, but I looked at all the staff reports to them, where the city sends notices to people, and at the bottom of the letter, it says you have 15 days to appeal. You put people on notice. This email says our staff looked into it. You might have a 311 complaint. And if that's not bad enough, the reason I took the time to read Mr. Brookhauser's March 8th email to you is they opened a new file. There's no dispute about that. And he specifically says in that March 8th email to me, "We'll determine if a violation exists or not." This was a new determination. So I don't think that the argument of this isn't a valid appeal holds water. It's not credible. A couple other points that I would make here. They're saying that they didn't have any way to say that this was a violation. Sure they did. Sure they did. I read it to you right out of the use table. I read it to you right out of the meanings and intent. You're supposed to give the language in the zoning and development code its plain and ordinary meaning. You're supposed to read it literally. And when you look at the use table, I read it to you. I don't mean to be repetitive, but this is what I have to say in rebuttal. 88-110-03-E, uses not listed in the table are expressly prohibited. And we have an admission by Mr. Brookhauser that this use is not listed in the use table. So you know what the remedy is? The remedy isn't to, well, let's figure out how we shoehorn it into this animal thing that deals with horses and chickens and cows and pigs. The remedy is go see if the city council would be willing to do a text amendment and change the zoning ordinance. If the city council, in their wisdom, wants to allow dog parks to be operated in any of the residential districts, then they can do that. We shouldn't be saying this is agriculture, animal, which brings me to one last point. Mr. Brookhauser, I think, said you can have any animals in that district. No, you can't. No, you can't. 88-805-06-B says the feeding, breeding, raising, or holding of cattle, swine, poultry, or other livestock. Dogs are just not livestock. You're not raising them, at least I hope you're not raising them to butcher them and feed people, okay? And furthermore, it's not just the animal that's there, it's you have to be feeding them, breeding them, raising them, or holding them there. People are coming and going. And I can ask Mr. Hawkinson to confirm this. These aren't just people from the neighborhood that are just walking across the street with their dog. Mr. Hawkinson has seen people driving in their cars. They drive up to this facility, get out of their cars, they go in there. He's even had one tenant report to him that they saw people, they bring their beer. This is a social event. So they're sitting at the table and they're drinking beers and they're letting their dogs run around, and then they leave and they get in their cars and they drive off. This is really how this is going to come down. We're going to let all residential districts, which if you look at your use table, every residential district in this city says agriculture, animal is a permitted use in those residential districts. So if you say yes, codes was right, you're going to have the ability to have an off-leash dog park on every vacant lot, residential lot in the city, if people want to do it, because they're all going to point to this case and say, well, Board of Zoning Adjustment okayed that. That's the determination. The more appropriate way to go on this thing is to reverse the decision of the code folks. And if Mr. Price or Mr. Brookhauser feel that something further needs to be done, they should go to the city council and see if there is a text amendment that the city council wants to make private dog parks operated on private property and a permitted use, and in what zoning districts. It's that simple. But the fact that the city didn't put dog parks and list them in the zoning code or the use table tells me pretty clearly that that's a use that's not permitted. We shouldn't be looking for ways to permit it. If it's not there, it's not permitted.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Keller, go ahead. I think you just went mute. Mike, I can't hear you. You're on.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I wish I'd have brought this up earlier, but I fail to see how this is within the jurisdiction of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I mean, we're being put in the middle of the staff and a property owner to interpret zoning ordinances. And I don't think that that's our prerogative. As I understand, sure, if the city staff says you're violating the ordinance and here's a notice and you can appeal it, that's one thing. But if the city staff, under the authority given them in the ordinance to decide that it's a permitted use, that's not a decision that our board was charged with the responsibility of reversing or not reversing. And I just think unless I'd like to hear our legal counsel's position, but unless I'm wrong, it doesn't seem to me like this is even a case that we can decide.
Well, Mr. Kelleher, I hear what you're saying. However, the staff has today taken the position that they did give notice of this, and they're asserting that an email is the same notice that they've sent out. So the city's taken the position, unless I misunderstand Mr. Brookhauser, that this is treated just like any other determination, except it wasn't in that format. So the city, I believe their position is that. So that's why I disagree with you that we don't have jurisdiction to hear this case. But maybe I misunderstood what Mr. Brookhauser's position was.
Well, I think he's simply saying, I mean, everybody, both sides treated this as a determination of the director. And it's not, it's just like a refusal to prosecute. If a prosecutor says, oh, there's no violation of the law there, I'm not going to prosecute. You know, the victim can't come in and appeal that decision. And I think it's the same situation here. The city decided they had no basis to proceed. And where will we get the authority to override that discretionary decision? Typically, the standard of review for those kinds of decisions is whether or not it was arbitrary and capricious. And for us to take on that responsibility, I think is just as is going to lead to as many problems as Mr. Rose says our judgment will lead to.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think if you look at the staff report, which is admitted, applicant is appealing the director's decision that an off-leash dog park being operated at 4728 to 36 Summit is a permitted use. That is within the purview of the board. That is what we're appealing.
Okay, all right. So board members, I think we've heard both sides of this. I think you've heard issues raised by Mr. Kelleher. You've heard my issues that I've raised. Do others have questions about this matter that are before us before we determine what we're going to do with it? Okay, so is the board ready to act on this application or this case? And if so, I would need to entertain some sort of motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
Mark Evans here. In case number 52, I recommend that we uphold the decision of the staff, city staff.
Okay, okay. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second to that motion? That motion fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
Well, it appears to be limited. So I would move that the board overturn the decision.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any nays to that motion?
Aye. Nay.
And chair votes with the motion. The motion fails 3-2, I believe. And so, Mr. Rowe, I believe you have failed to prevail, and you can appeal this if you wish.
Right, Madam Chair, could I ask, I couldn't tell who was saying ayes and nays on the motion. Is it possible to?
I can tell you what I heard.
With the,
yeah. I got it wrong. The ayes were Mr. Stiller, Mr. Gorentz, and myself, and the nays were Mr. Evans and Mr. Kelleher.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I think hearing that, we have heard all the cases today, and I believe we're adjourned, correct? Okay, thank you all very much. All right.
Woof, woof. Okay, let's go. Stupid.